What is this foolishness?
How many dreams can you shape in a minute, an hour?
The kind of clean you like best.
Lost 3 of my teeth, too. All right, so you lost. Next time you win.
Steamy, hot, hearty, delicious, invigorating.
Folks at home, how you doing tonight? Hope you're having a wonderful Sunday. I know we are. I want to welcome you to a brand new episode of Ike Live, and we have a good one in store for you tonight. Sitting to my right, the co-host of the show, and absolutely 100% the crust of the show, the Dean, Mr. Pete GLUSZEK. How you doing tonight, Pete?
Super fantastic.
Good to see you. We've got a great show tonight.
Yeah, it's full of controversy and some interesting things going on in the world of fishing right now.
Yes.
Some things that I can certainly relate to, and
Yes.
a lot of people are talking about.
Very excited. Producing the show tonight, we have the one and only Brian T. Carpenter. Brian, how you doing tonight?
I'm good, buddy. What's
Okay.
cracking?
Oh, nothing. I'm looking forward to a great show tonight.
Like I'm a man, the Riz here.
Yeah, you've got Riz sitting right next to you. Riz looks a little invisible.
Vis-a-Riz.
But we do have the one and only...
Look at him.
There's Rich.
Hey.
Rich, how you doing tonight, Rich?
I'm doing good. Just running around all over the place like normal.
Okay.
Happy to be here. Mike, if I may,
Yes.
just take 1 second here. I just want to recognize somebody while I have a brief second. Today, South Jersey lost one of the best guys in the fishing community that we had. Mark Gossowich, better known as Gozzy, an OG member of the Barrington Rod and Reel Club. He's been battling cancer for the last couple of years, and this morning he unfortunately passed away. And if you were lucky enough to have the privilege of knowing Mark Gozzy, he was one of those guys that you wanted to be around. You were lucky to have that chance to know him. So, Mark, we're going to miss you, man, and our thoughts and prayers are with you and your family.
Man, I hate to hear that. Hate to hear that
Sad news.
one of the good guys
Yeah.
pass away. Shout out to Barrington Rod and Reel, too. We'll be thinking about your prayers with you guys.
Yep.
And also, Zach the intern's here tonight, Pete, running around doing a lot of technical stuff for us, keeping us afloat. Let me tell you, this is a good one. You're going to want to stick around for this entire show tonight. We have the one and only Fletcher Shryock joining us via Skype in our first segment. And we're going to catch up with Fletcher, see what he's been up to, talk a little bit about his last year fishing Major League Fishing. And also, we got to address a little bit of the controversy. We're not going to base it around that, but we do have to talk about social posts that he made.
Sure.
And some of the feedback that came from that post.
Lots of feedback.
Lots of feedback. And I think it addresses a bigger topic, which we'll get into during this show. Also, on the second segment, Pete, a really good friend of the show. Gosh, Brian the Carpenter, correct me if I'm wrong. Crack. I want to say he's been there with some of the original shows we've had
That's
years
right,
and years
yep.
ago. The one and only Joe Balog.
Writer for Bass Fan.
Writer for Bass Fan.
We're all big fan of Joe's writings.
Joe's a great guy. Lake
Yep.
Erie Hammer. Now he's a Florida Hammer. Going to be joining us in the second segment.
And hopefully he can settle some people down.
Yeah.
There's a lot of craziness.
It is the holidays. We need Joe to spread some joy on
Yes,
this segment.
some joy.
And last but not least, I want to remind everybody we're giving away stuff tonight. And in the last segment, we're going to be doing an MTB unboxing. But along with that, we're going to be taking IMs, questions via phone line.
Yes, we're going to open the phone lines.
Yep. On the phone lines, we're going to be giving away some great prizes. Speaking of prizes, listen to me right now. Stop. If you're watching on Facebook Live, I want you to like and share this post. If you do that, you're going to be entered to win this exclusive Ike Live gift bag. Exquisite. Look at this thing. Look at this lovely sheen to this bag. Look at that sheen. And this thing is loaded with sponsor products. Mystery Tackle Box, TH Marine, Primal Urge Foods, Dr. Squatch, across the board, MTB. You're going to see great prizes in there from
Bass University.
Bass University, of course. Right, Pete?
Yes.
Bass University.
New contributors to the Ike Live Bag.
That's right.
But it's going to be a great show. So please hang in there with us the entire show. Let me also tell you that Ike Live could not be possible without the help and support of a lot of great sponsors. I want to do a quick run through real quick if I could. Of course, the presenting sponsor of Ike Live, Mystery Tackle Box. It's fishing simplified, Pete. Did you know that? I always like to say it's Christmas to your doorstep, and it is Christmas. And because of that, I want to tell you it makes a great holiday gift. Go to mysterytacklebox.com right now and enjoy 15% off holiday savings. 15% off is a lot, Pete. So go there right now to get in on that. Also, brand new sponsor for Ike Live, and you're going to see it all night sitting on the table, is the Fisherman's Fishing Planet video game. Right with the Christmas and holidays being here, Pete, looking for stocking stuffers, looking for games for kids, aunts, uncles, nephews, across the board. If you like video games, this is one to try. Go to thefisherman-fishingplanet.com to get your copy. It's available on PS4,
Lots
Xbox.
of fun.
Lots of fun. Tackle Warehouse, great sponsor of Ike Live. And starting tomorrow, Pete, begins the 25 days of savings at Tackle Warehouse. Go to, December 9th, go to tacklewarehouse.com. A lot of big savings there. And Dr. Squatch with a nice holiday promotion. Now, listen, do you have that uncle that you just don't know what the hell to get anything for? Do you have your brother, your brother-in-law, your cousin? You have no freaking idea what to buy them.
They're going to love it.
They're going to love it. Dude, is Dr. Squatch not the best soap ever?
It is. Since I brought it into the house, me and Jake have to have it.
Yep.
It's great soap. It's
Same with my
manly.
boys.
It's
Yep.
manly soap, and it makes a great Christmas gift. They have a holiday bundle deal going on right now. 50% off with free gifts. Go to drsquatch.com to order for the holidays.
And there's an Ike Live promo code somewhere.
And there is an Ike Live promo code. We'll get to that in a second. TH Marine, Primal Urge Foods, Liquid Mayhem, Flambeau, Founders, by the way, Brian the Carpenter.
Yep.
We're making a habit of creating the Founders beer of the show. And tonight we have a really, really good one. This is the first time for me drinking it. This is the limited release. This is a winter release, if I'm not mistaken. This is the Founders Civilized Brute IPA.
Yes.
And it's very crisp.
Yes.
It's very light. This is a great beer for the holidays. So shout out to Founders. Hobie. Hobie makes the Cadillac of kayaks. And, of course, the new 360 drive in those Hobies. You could go to Circle, Pete. It's unbelievable. And last but not least, I save this one for you, Pete. We're brought to you by the Bass University.
And we're excited right now. We've got probably our biggest promotion that we've ever had, Mike. We have the Cyber Monday. We're calling it Cyber Week, but it's 33% off. It's $99 for an annual subscriber right now.
Wow.
And we've had so many people sign up to be part of the Bass University program in the last week. I want to welcome all you guys. I know you're going to love the program, and we welcome all your feedback on our forum, on our social media. That's going on right now over at bassu.tv, and you don't need a code. You don't need nothing. Just go over to bassu.tv and sign up, and you can be part of the program. This ends tomorrow. So get signed up, guys.
Yeah, go do it. And it does make a great holiday gift as well. If you've got a fish head and you don't know what to get them a subscription to BU. One more time, rundown of tonight's show. Fletcher Shryock joining us, Joe Balog, and, of course, open up the phone lines in the third segment. Before we get into this, Pete, and Brian Carpenter and Riz, I want to catch up. I like to have these little weekend roundups, catch-ups of what's going on. Pete, let's start with you. How was your weekend? How was your Saturday? How was your Sunday? How was your Friday?
Man, it was great. Just a good weekend family, getting ready for the holidays, but we had a really cool event. I went to Rutgers, you know that.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm a wrestling fan. My son, Jake, 10 years old, wrestles. We went and saw Rutgers take on Maryland.
Wow.
At the Rack up at
wow.
up in Piscataway.
Nice.
Awesome.
Yeah,
Very cool.
It was very cool. I want to give a shout out to a couple. One in particular is Billy Janzer, who is a Delsey High School grad, as am I, and he's starting as a redshirt freshman this year for Rutgers, and he's 11-4, and he had a dominant performance against Maryland. congratulations, Rutgers and Billy. Look forward to keep cheering for those guys
cool.
and watching them the rest of the season. They are 5-0 Rutgers right now.
Wow, good
Yeah,
for them.
Good start.
What a cool experience to bring Jake into that world too, and let him see it at that age. It's pretty cool.
It is really cool because the way he wrestles now, it's kind of giant. So much wrestling going on. But when you go to the Rutgers match, I mean, they got pyrotechnics, lighting, music.
Wow.
They introduce
That's awesome.
each wrestler.
Cheerleaders.
They got cheerleaders. They got music.
Breasts.
Yeah.
And you got 5,000 people in the rack, all focused on that one match, and they're all wrestling fans, so they understand what near fall points are. They scream and erupt when you get a pin or something like that. It was
cool.
Pretty cool experience. I hope it inspires them to achieve his goals.
Yeah, very, very cool. And then I want to catch up with Brian and Riz, but I got to tell you before I throw it to them, we eat a lot here before the show, Pete. And tonight, I guess a little bit before you got here.
That's right.
Because you're late, as always.
I missed the food.
We enjoyed
that's rare.
We enjoyed some amazing tog fillets on the Traeger. And, man, the Traeger don't sponsor Ike Live anymore. So this isn't, I'm not plugging them from a sponsorship perspective. But damn, it cooks that fish good.
Yeah, it does.
Cooks it really good.
Really good.
Cooks it really good. So, guys, you brought tog fillets, so that
Indeed.
must mean
We caught tog.
you guys were tog fishing, obviously.
We were tog fishing.
Well,
Yep.
tell me a little bit about this.
Richard?
Cap, what was the cap that you went out like head boat, or what was the deal here?
Yep. So we chartered a boat yesterday with Captain Chris on the Fish Sticks was the name of the boat.
I've heard of fish sticks.
We ran out of Shark River, just a bit up north, and we had about I'd say 15-mile run once we broke the harbor to get to the first spot.
Yeah.
The morning was a little bit snotty. 4 to 6 foot seas is what they were calling for, and they were every bit of 4s, and the wind was gusting. But that boat was a beast. We didn't feel it one bit.
Yeah.
My takeaway from the day was one, that it's nice to get out and fish again, and it be something a little bit different. Not
Some other than bass.
yeah, other than bass
Yeah.
fishing that doesn't have a stipulation as far as tournaments, anything. It's just going fishing with your buddies. And in the morning, I was giddy. I was like a little kid.
Oh,
that,
yeah.
I couldn't even contain myself. I was so excited.
Exactly.
And but one of the coolest thing I took away from that is how precise these guys are with the boat positioning and getting on. Like, he sets up on those waypoints, and that anchor has to be in the right spot. The boat has to be positioned the right way. And
Two anchors.
And close ain't cutting it with these guys.
You're fishing wrecks. So you're
Yeah.
fishing very specific structure and cover.
These charter captains, man. One, these guys, they talk. They know what's going on out there. But close is only good enough in horseshoes and hand grenades, and he put us on the spot. So if anybody's looking to get on a great charter boat, Chris, I hope you're watching.
Yep.
Hit up Fish Sticks, man. He's the man.
Yes.
Great day, Brian.
Now, Brian, tell me a little bit about. There's people watching right now. A lot of our viewers and fans and listeners are like, "Tog,
Yeah.
what the hell are tog, and how do you catch them?"
Yeah, they look like a sheep's head, right? They kinda
Okay.
look like a
They
sheep's
do
head.
look like a sheep's head,
Yeah,
yeah.
a little bit like a sheep's head. They get buck teeth or whatever. They eat crab for a living, so they're absolutely delicious. You know,
Yeah.
they are one of the best fish out there.
Yeah, light, flaky.
Oh,
yes,
yeah.
yes,
Yeah, it was outstanding.
yeah.
And they're in the rocks, the wrecks, the jetties, and they are super tough to hook, right?
Right.
They're bait
Because they got a small mouth.
They got a small
And
mouth.
they're
They got
nibblers.
teeth. They're nibblers. And it all depends, if they're chomping where they call it suicide, and where you're holding your rod and it just goes.
Right.
No, I got those.
Right.
But most of the time, it's trying to get dialed into the bite. You just feel a little scratching, little scratching
Yeah.
on the bait. The setup, the rig, the rod, the reel, the line, super important. We all brought bass rods out, 7 foot, kind of a medium heavy with some tit, 20-pound straight braid. They put like a 40-pound mono leader on there. And then the rig is anywhere between 3/4 to 2-3 ounce jig head.
Yeah.
With a big hook.
Short shank,
Short
jig
shank
head.
jig
Yeah.
head that you're putting that green crab or the white crab on.
Yeah.
But dialing into the bite is like that's you get a when like I said he puts you on top of them. You get a bite every cast.
Right.
I mean every drop you're changing your crab pretty much.
Right.
But you're not catching them every cast.
Yeah.
They're so good at just coming in there and
Yeah.
you know,
It is incredible.
Wow.
They're better at eating crabs than humans by
Wow.
far.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
your rod's got to be dialed. I mean, like we went out there with our bass rods and at the one time I put mine down. The mate had to go get somebody on hook, so he gave me his rod to hold, and I was like, oh my god, the difference because it was an expensive rod,
Yeah.
but it had a long butt to it, long jigged rod,
yeah.
so it fit right here. It was counterbalanced, perfectly counterbalanced,
yeah.
and then maybe 5.5 to 6 feet of rod that was real sensitive tip. So it was
Right.
just dialed perfectly.
Yeah.
Oh, the difference.
Wow.
So I put my rod away and grabbed one of theirs out of the rack. Shortly after that, all the difference in the world because you just really got to get that rod dialed.
Right.
And but even then, still super difficult.
Huh. Interesting.
Yeah.
I'd like to do it. I've caught tog.
It's fun.
I've caught blackfish, but I've never caught a big one. That's
Yeah.
a goal of mine.
Yeah.
I literally, really want to break that 5-pound barrier.
Yeah,
never done that.
He said it was all fun fishing, but we did immediately turn it into a tournament.
Yeah, of course you did.
Well, what won?
Keith Cowan,
Keep
naturally.
going. Oh my
Of course
god!
he did.
Of course he won. Yeah.
Keith had 7 keepers. I had 4. I think Valdez had 4 maybe. And Taylor Stewart was with us.
Yeah.
T-Stu.
How big
Rich,
were they?
And Jim. 16-inch keepers.
Okay.
Yeah.
2-pounders.
2-pounders,
Yeah.
2, 3, 4 pounders.
Yeah.
They're strong.
They are.
They're really strong.
Super fun, man.
Yeah.
Like I said, just and fishing for something else. That's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Fishing is bigger than just bass fishing.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
the bow control thing. I noticed when we were out with Adrian, we did a striper trip with Adrian Avina, and he backed us down on a wreck, and I could not believe the accuracy that he could get that giant vessel on a dot in the middle of a sand desert on the bottom of the ocean and get us right on top of the wreck. Current, wind. It was absolutely amazing, the boat control that those captains possess.
Wow. It's cool. It's a different world. I love it, though. I did want to let you know I fished today, Pete. I fished Brian and Carpenter Riz. I fished a winter league today back on Davis Mill. We actually started on Rainbow was what it was listed as.
Okay.
All 5 boats got to Rainbow.
All 5.
And I don't see anybody launching. I get there. I'm the 5th boat to get there. Everybody's just standing around. I said, what the hell's going on here?
Ice?
I walk down there. It's totally iced up. It's skim ice, but it's across the whole thing. So they make a last-minute decision to go to Davis Mill. And I had mixed emotions about it because Riz and I fished here last week, a week or so ago, and we had a good tournament there. But I know it's always different, And went there, and of course it was different. Water temperature was 5 degrees colder. Oof. Struggled all day. All day we struggled. Tournament was over at 2. We struggled all day. We snagged the gizzard shad. We snagged the yellow perch. There were only 2 bites. Between 1 and 2 o'clock, we had about 20 bites.
Wow.
About 12 or 13 of which were bass. But only 2 of the 12 or 13 were 12-inch fish.
Oh, wow.
But it was incredible. But it was enough to win. It was enough to win. It was that tough. That bite, we're the only boat to come in with bass. And just crazy the windows where they bite. And if you fish South Jersey winter leagues, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
There's that early bite.
There's first thing.
And there's that late bite.
Yeah.
And because we made the move, we didn't get into 8:30. We missed that early window.
Yeah.
And just nothing. And then something happens at that end of the day, and it's like, boom.
Yeah.
And they start biting. It's the craziest thing, man.
It's crazy. Now, did you have to deal with the ice in your rods? And
The icing of guides in the morning for sure. After about an hour in, it stopped.
it's cold out there.
Yeah. I was using real snot, big fan of real snot, spraying it on the guides the whole time and kept them clean. But 2 keepers that we caught, both came on finesse jerkbait. Finesse jerkbait. Very, very interesting.
Tis the season.
I heard
It is the season,
I heard somebody drop their boat off the trailer.
That Jared dropped his boat off the trailer. He unhooked
His Ranger.
His Ranger.
Oh.
He unhooked it and he started backing it down, and those bunks were icy.
Yep,
you know,
yep, frozen
they were
bunks.
frozen bunks. And he
You
got
hit that
down and he got about 3/4 of the way down. It just started sliding, and he's on it. And it was too late, and just went. The good news, though, is that ramp sucks, so we went into gravel and not
Right.
concrete, and that saved him.
Right.
So there was no damage.
Because South Jersey, we don't have any real boat.
Any real
Right,
nice
right.
boats.
We've got all crap. So
Garbage.
How did you get it in the water?
we he went and got a come along to tow it back up, and that didn't work. So he eventually said, "I'll just keep backing me in," and the trailer actually sort of pushed it through the gravel enough to the drop off.
Yeah.
It sounds bad, but it wasn't that bad. It wasn't that bad. So, but he's loaded, so he can get another boat, I'm sure. Also, want to catch
Jared
everybody
Lake.
up and let them know that, Pete, here's another big news. I got my new Bass Cat delivered about a week ago.
Very
got a
nice.
brand new 2020 Bass Cat Cougar FTD. Of course,
Yes.
got the Yamaha 250 show on it. And this is one of the first times in a long time I didn't have the electronics and lighting rigged at the factory. For whatever reason, it got delivered to me, and they didn't get a chance to do it. So I had to find a local guy to do it because I'm not great at that stuff. I know how I like it, but I'm not great at rigging. I want to shout out the Chart House Marine Electronics and Outfitting. They're down in Egg Harbor Township, New Jersey. Got the contact from Lawrence. Took all my Lawrence units down there. Dude, I've never had my Lawrence units rigged this professionally. I mean, from the mounting to the transducer locations to upgrading fuses. It's insane.
Wow.
And they also did a bunch of TH Marine lighting on
Yes.
the boat that I can't wait to show everybody. I'm going to make a post tomorrow to show them some of this tricked out lighting. Of course,
Nice.
Brian the Carpenter has it in the Ike Live boat build.
That's right. Tiny boats.
Tiny boats.
Yeah, Tiny Boat
are the
Nation.
deal. But
I'm a member of Tiny Boat Nation also now, by the way, as of 2:00 on Friday.
Really? Did you get a tiny boat?
I did a Risby fishing boat build. You can catch it. You'll catch the whole thing.
Wow.
On my YouTube channel.
Wow.
The Risby fishing boat build. It featured no measurements. No proper wiring.
Right,
and
nothing.
The whole job took me 2 hours.
Yeah.
And I went out on the lake today,
Yeah.
and it works.
It didn't sink.
No,
about that?
didn't sink. No, I just went with the plywood right on top of it, traced
There you
around
go.
it, cut
Yeah.
it,
That's old
threw
school.
it in. Brian ridiculed me.
I didn't zoom in on
at him.
on your cuts. Yeah. But speaking to that, Tiny Boat Nation, Mike, I talked to a guy today named Mike Lopez.
Yeah.
And our next show in 2 weeks, 2 Sundays from now, our Christmas show is going to be about tiny boats, about the Ike Live
Yes.
boat build.
Very excited.
And Michael Lopez is he's got a big YouTube channel and YouTube following, and he's the guy who started Tiny Boat Nation Facebook page. Awesome page. A lot of guys, a lot of activity on that page. A lot of people posting, asking questions,
Yeah.
putting up their small boat builds.
Yeah.
And so I talked to him today. He sent me some of his videos because I'm not big on YouTube. I just don't have a lot of time. Dude, holy crap, is he doing some dope stuff.
Wow.
Really cool stuff.
Very cool.
Yeah, so.
Can't
a lot
wait
of
to
stuff
see
for
some
us
of
to
it.
learn. Yep.
Yeah, it's going to be a good one. The Ike Live Christmas special, December 22nd. Is that correct?
That's
Yeah.
correct.
Or
That's
third,
correct.
second or third.
Sunday, December 22nd, I think it is. It's going to be our Christmas special. Talking about tiny boats, it's going to be good. Last but not least, Pete, before we get into the show, did want to mention everybody, we've got all the Ike gear still on sale right now. I know it was Black Friday, Cyber Monday, but if you're interested in some of the Ike gear, Ike shirts, sweatshirts, hats, books, whatever. Also, this Ike Live hat that I'm wearing. Go to MikeIaconelli.com to the shop and do a little Christmas shopping while you're there. Let me remind everybody right now, if you're watching, the show's about to get good here in a couple minutes. We're gonna be dialing Fletcher up here in a second. Let me remind you, your input tonight is critical. We want to hear from you. If you've got a question, a comment, if you've got a thought on what you're hearing tonight, please hit us up. Riz is manning the IMs here tonight all night. And in the third segment, we're going to be opening up the phone lines. We want to hear from you. So hit us up on the IM. Also, if you're watching over on our social feeds at Ike Live Show, Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter, you can leave comments there as well. Once again, if you're at Facebook, like and share the feed, and you'll be entered in a chance to win Dyke Life gift bag. Pete, before we get the show started, let's, as we always do, let's want to thank our military, active and veterans, men and women. Thank you guys for what you do. Police, EMT, firemen.
Thank you so much,
Yeah,
especially
on the holidays.
Especially during the holidays,
Yeah.
a lot of stuff happens, and you guys are all there. I know they like to spend the holidays with their families as well, but they're out doing the work that's really, really challenging,
Yeah.
and we appreciate it so much. We all do. Thank you very much for your service, and thanks for all the emergency personnel out there. We really appreciate it.
Yeah. Now
Merry Christmas.
And Merry Christmas, absolutely. We're going to be dialing up Fletcher here in a second. We're going to get him on Skype. But while we're waiting to do that, let me just, of course, we're doing a catch-up, and I'd be remiss if I didn't say the big news, Pete, over Thanksgiving of Brandon Polnick and Gerald Swindle leaving Major League Fishing and going to Bass. That's got to be one of the biggest storylines here in the sport in the last couple months, for sure.
Everybody's talking about it.
Yeah.
They've had storied careers over in bass, both of them, and they made their decisions. It's been talked about a lot. I want to give a shout out to Bass Talk Live. Mark and Matt interviewed both of those guys, both Brandon and Gerald, and really amazing interviews, and got some really good insight on
Yeah.
what caused them to make their decision, where their head was.
Yeah.
I learned a lot about that whole process, and it helped me understand it a lot.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
that's a really it was obviously a difficult decision for everybody to make that big change last year.
Yep.
And you can certainly understand that people have, after being there for a year, they feel differently or miss things or had to make a move. You know?
Yeah. Well, I think you're going to hear it over and over tonight that, I don't think there is a right answer. I think everybody is entitled to their own opinion, and I think what's right for one person might not be right for the other. You're going to hear that tonight a little bit, but definitely big news. Brian the Carpenter, I think we're ready. Okay, I'm excited. Enough of the small talk. We've got joining us, and I want to say, if I'm going to guess correctly, Brian the Carpenter, I'm going to say this is the third or fourth time we've had Fletcher on. And a little bit of history before we patch Fletcher through. Fletcher was part of one of the original Ike Live shows. And I want to say this is back when we had no fucking idea what we were doing whatsoever. It was a really, really bad show back then, Brian. It was a terrible show.
I remember this one.
Fletcher was on the show with Trent Cole.
Oh, you're right.
Yes.
Oh, that's right.
Fletcher was on one of the original Ike Lives. We had not only one of the
that was
best.
like show number 3.
That was like show number 3. Not only one of the best bass fishermen in the world on, one of the best football players in the world on, and we had no idea what we're doing.
And one of the worst producers.
And the worst producer and the worst, everything was bad. But
that show doesn't exist.
That show doesn't exist. You could probably go back in the archives and find that crappy show. or did we eventually did we patch it through? Or we never patched it through.
I don't know if we did. I know we did half of a show, but it wasn't.
It wasn't even live. All right, that one may be in the dust somewhere. But Fletcher's been on the show a few times. I want to say 3 or 4 times. But so excited to have him back on, joining us via Skype, the one and only Fletcher Shryock.
Thank you guys. Thank you guys for having me on.
What's up, Fletch? How you doing?
I'm doing good, man. How are you?
Good. All right. First things first. You are, you talk about professional anglers, and you're one of the young guys. And I used to be a young guy like 30 years ago, and Pete was a young guy like 50 years ago. And part of being a young angler is you're a bit of a gypsy, and I was too. So your brother. A lot of the young anglers, you guys are gypsies because you're always on the road. You're hardly ever home.
And you don't have kids yet.
So where are you right now? Where are you Skyping from?
Dude, actually, I finally bought a house near Guntersville in Alabama. So we finally settled in here, and I've noticed since I've moved here permanently, I've done a whole lot less gypsying around.
Wow.
Because we actually have a decent place that I can fish and get everything done that I need to and still go home at night. So it's been working out pretty good since we moved here.
Wow, that's
but
nice.
For the most part, for about the last year, even when I had my house in Ohio, we pretty well lived out of my RV for, I think, 13 months straight.
Yeah.
I don't even know if we're going to do the RV deal this next season just because we're both Rose and I both are just so over it. You know what I mean?
Right.
We spent so much time in the RV, and really that's ideally the best way to, go to tournaments. But we just spent so much time in it. I don't know if we're going to do it again this next year or not. But it's good to, be here in Alabama and be able to fish every day and, get stuff done and get, the boat dealerships, all that stuff's close. Just makes things a lot easier for me to run and operate my business,
Yeah, so you're Skyping. You're home right now. You're at Gunnersville.
I'm home. Yep.
Okay.
Yep,
Now, I got to ask you. So it looks like when you look at it on paper, Pete, over the last 5 years, like not all, but a lot of the big name guys in the sport have moved to Gunnersville. It's crazy. What made you move there, Fletcher? What was the reason for the move?
Dude, I come here last year in the fall because I heard about how great the grass bite was in the fall, and anyone that follows me knows I love to flip and frog and do things like that. So I come here to experience that grass bite, and when I did that, I never wanted to leave. And even all spring and summer, I could just not wait to get back out on Gunnersville and shoot. The grass bite was good in end of June, July this year. So anytime I get a free moment, man, I just go down to the bottom of the hill, drop the boat in the water, go out there and daub around and frog around, and I absolutely love it, Now that the grass is gone, I have not spent one day out there.
Wow.
I've been down to Eufaula a couple of times. I just actually got back from a trip from Mexico, from Lake Bacharach. I was down there with the Gary Yamamoto staff, and we worked with some new baits and stuff down there. That was a lot of fun, caught a lot of big fish, and had a really good time with those guys. This past few days, I went down to Eufaula and fished a little bit. Man, it's nice to be centrally located.
Yeah.
Considering where all of our tournaments are, it's not a big deal for me just to up and run down to Eufaula because I'd never been there aside from one cup event that I'd fished there before.
Right.
It's just nice being able to run, look at the schedule and everything's within 8 hours. Whereas when I was in Ohio, and I mean, you guys can relate, you look at Texas, it's so far, it's hard. It was always hard for us to go home and made us even more like gypsies to just stay in the RV in between events because it was easier just to stay than it was to drive 20 hours home or 12 hours home and do it, drive it back in a few days. So it makes sense for a lot of different reasons to be here, and I like it.
Yeah. It's got to be a nice change to be able to fish 12 months a year. Coming from Ohio, you never could do that. Well, you haven't been there for very long, so I guess you're just getting that experience.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that was the thing, too. Like, even last year, I left here in Gunnersville when it started getting cold. Well, truth be told, when the grass blew out, I left, and I went to Florida, and I stayed in Florida, all winter. So I've been kind of used to fishing every day. So just living in Ohio just didn't make a whole lot of sense for me. I don't know if we may end up back up there. All our family and friends are up there.
Yeah.
But as long as I'm fishing for a living, I'm going to be in this vicinity for
now,
sure.
let me ask you this: what does Ohio have that Gunnersville doesn't? Is there something like right now? If you were just close your eyes and think about it, what was one thing you loved and could get readily in Ohio?
Snow.
Besides snow, that you can't get at Gunnersville.
Ohio State football.
That's true. That's
Ohio State football. Hey, we're killing it too. I was a little nervous last night. I don't know if you guys watched that game, but I couldn't believe that first half. But yeah, I'm a strong Buckeyes fan. Always will be. I can't get used to this whole roll tide thing. I don't even know what that means. So I better watch how loud I say that, but that's just the truth. But I guess the one thing I do miss here is just going up to Lake Erie and fishing. I mean, as far as fishing, right?
Yeah.
Lake Erie's a special place. That place is awesome. And I miss that. I've even thought about just dragging one of my boats up there and fishing for a weekend just to go up there and catch some smallmouth. And this is one of the best times of year to do it if you get a good day. But overall, I'm much happier down here, though.
Yeah.
How do you catch smallmouth this time of year up on Lake Erie?
Dude, it's the best. When it gets really, really cold, like low 40s, they don't fight very much, but they are just, I mean, a normal 3.5 pounder will weigh 4.5. And those standard 4 to 5s, which Lake Erie's chock full of, they weigh pushing 6. They're just super chunky footballs, and they ball up in wintering holes, and you can just pretty well catch them at will all day, just giant smallmouth. It's a lot of fun.
Man,
and I didn't get to do that the last couple of years, so I need to get that. I might have to do that whenever I get home for Christmas if it's still, not iced over. So.
Did I get into harbors, or what's a wintering hole? I don't mean to get Bass University on you, but I'm fascinated. Same here.
There's just places, obviously there's a lot of current on all the Great Lakes, and there's places where they get just out of that current, like in some of the bays and insides of those points, where they would just pile up on rock, flats with chunk rock and things. They didn't really seem to be on necessarily big rock piles or anything real noticeable. They just kind of get on those flats. What seemed to be out of the current seems to be the pattern.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. I tell you, that's the one thing, Pete, we've talked about it forever and ever. Living in New Jersey, having that direct access to all those good fisheries. That's something we've always thought about, Me and you have stayed because of our the family ties here, and it was always too hard to leave. But, when I looked at moving, I looked at Alabama and I looked at Tennessee. They were always the places that I said, I want to be at Guntersville. I want to be at Pickwick. I want to be in that area because it's so centrally located, And you just said it. You've had the chance to practice a little bit. What are you trying to practice every lake? Because I know you and your brother are both workaholics, and I love that about you guys. You seems like every time I call you, if you're not fishing an event, you're practicing for the next one. Are you going to continue that strategy, or are you going to change it up a little bit?
I think in the past years, in order to keep up with guys like yourself, having to compete against everyone, I've had to do that. I don't know if I'm to the point yet that I can just drop it entirely, but I'm starting to become a lot more comfortable showing up to places and just going fishing.
Yeah.
But it's taken me all those days that you're asking, why are you there already? What are you doing now? Like, why? But I learned so much through all that, right?
Yeah.
Maybe, in another year, so maybe I'm getting there now, where I won't have to just go and practice every venue. And experience is a lot of it too, man. It takes a lot of years in this deal, I feel, to get comfortable and understand all the different nuances that this sport, you have to face in this sport, and just experiencing it. And the only way to get experience is to get out there and do it, So to answer your question, I hope that I don't have to practice as hard and as much in the future. I mean, I'm definitely not afraid to work hard, but it would be nice to focus on other things for sure.
Well, you've done so much in a short period of time. I mean, you were racing bikes 10 years ago, and now you're fishing at the top of the game. I mean, that's impressive what you've been able to do, and I imagine that the hard work is everything to do with that.
Yeah, guys, I appreciate that. I do miss the motorcycle racing stuff, but I tell you what, I learned a lot from that sport that's kind of carried over to just anything in life. You put your time in, you put the work in, you put everything forward to do it. And it's motocross racing taught me the same thing, what Mike was just saying a second ago, just that hard work, you can get where you want to be. By no means am I to where I want to be in professional bass fishing, but I'm going to keep working at it, and we'll see where it goes.
Yeah, work ethic is a big thing. Let me remind everybody, if you've got a question or comment for Fletcher, we've got our IM board open. Rich is going to be putting them through. Real quick, while you were talking, Fletcher, I'm looking at the social feed for Ike Live, and we had one pop up that's kind of funny, and I wanted to pass it through. It was from Travis.
There's a lot of good ones out there.
Yeah, he says, Travis says, Fletcher, are the rumors about the Guntersville cult true? Secret handshake, private meetings, waypoint swapping, wife swapping, etc.
Dude, I don't know. It's so funny. Like, there's so many guys that live around here, but I don't see anybody. And it is kind of weird. Everyone thinks we get together every Sunday and have cookouts and stuff.
Yeah.
It's just I have not seen anyone that's been really like that.
That doesn't happen. Like you and Randy aren't like putting deodorant under each other's armpits every night.
No, I mean, we do see each other in passing. You may see someone at the store driving down the road, but it's not like it's not like what everyone would think, I guess.
Right.
But I do love it here. It's a great community, man. Like, the people here are awesome. Everyone,
Yeah.
Fishing fans all the way around, and I do really enjoy the community here and everyone here.
Yeah, it is. Guntersville is a cool town. It's a fishing town,
is,
and the lake holds up to the pressure, which I can't believe, but it does.
It is
somehow.
Unbelievable. And then you got Wheeler on one side, Pickwick on the other, and a million places in between.
God, yeah.
Lanier's just a couple hours away. I mean, it's
sickening.
It's got everything.
It's got everything. I want to switch topics, Fletcher, and talk to you about last year a little bit. And I want to approach it from two standpoints. I want to talk about your performance. I want to get your thoughts on your performance last year in Major League Fishing. It was a groundbreaking year. It was a learning curve. Even for the guys that have already fished there was a little bit of learning curve. I want to talk to you about that a little bit, and then I want to talk to you about your significant other, Rose. You guys went through some stuff last year, and talk about whatever you want to talk about or don't want to talk about. But I know that's a tough thing to deal with, and I know we talked about it on the road last year. But let's start with your performance. How would you rate it? Do you have a good season? you have a bad season. What do what's your mindset on how last year went?
I think the biggest thing for me this year, I ended up making 6 out of 8 knockout rounds. I made 6 of 8 cuts in the 8 events. But when I got to the knockout rounds, I got knocked out. Like, for whatever reason, like, things just didn't come together in the knockout rounds. And a lot of that's, fishing pressure.
Yeah.
I'd shared a lot of water, for instance, I think at different times with Hackney. And, it's funny how we go through those 4 days of fishing. You don't know who fished. Say if you're in Group B, you don't know if the guys in Group A fish your water or somewhere else.
No idea.
So you're trying to manage fish, and then you don't really know what you're managing or not managing until the knockout round comes, and you try to pull up to your best spot, and there's Greg Hackney, and or whatever.
Yeah.
So I struggled a lot in the knockout rounds.
Right.
So, but I did make 6 of 8. I did good in the first 2. The shotgun round, the elimination rounds for the most part were good, but the knockout rounds, I ended up missing the red crest because of it. Because we get given points based on our performance into the knockout round.
Right.
So you could win, which I didn't, but you could win your first 2 rounds and then go to the knockout round and get 37th, and you left there with, help me out, 43 points.
Yeah.
So it's really important to do good in those knockout rounds. I'm not making excuses. I didn't get it done in those. So.
Yeah, that's so important. Those points you talk about, point accumulation, and like when I look at my last year. I kind of look at it the same way you did. I had a handful of good events and a couple of really, really bad ones, But I look back on it and I think, God, if I could have just accumulated 10 more points in those 2 events, how much further I would have been up on the standings in AOY. So it makes a big difference.
It's crazy how much it adds up.
Oh, it's crazy.
And it's crazy watching what you're talking about because you watch guys manage their fish. And we're like, don't manage them because Hackney's going there and going to burn them up. you better catch what you can
the
catch.
ones that you're shaking off at the end of the day, he's going to catch the next day. So you might as well just swing on all of them, right?
Yeah.
But then there's other times where, you may be hurting yourself by catching all you can catch. It's just, you just don't ever know,
Right. We know. As a viewer, we know.
Viewers know.
Yeah, the viewers know.
But the fishermen have no idea.
Yeah, we're watching. But
Yeah.
that's got to be so hard as an angler.
It's hard. It's hard not knowing. It's hard because of the groups. It's hard not knowing. Catch us up with Rose. I know she had a successful surgery. Everything is doing really good. You want to talk a little bit about that? I don't know if everybody knows the situation.
Yeah, I mean, so last year it was last year about this time, right at Thanksgiving. We went through a couple of years where she was just really just really depressed. Got to the point she wouldn't get out of bed, wouldn't cook, wouldn't just turn into a different person.
Yeah.
And we couldn't figure out what it was. And then right around, and this went on it just progressively kept getting worse over the course of a couple of years. And then last year's Thanksgiving, she was diagnosed with a very large brain tumor.
Wow. Yeah.
It was not cancerous, but still a large mass in your brain obviously isn't good. So we dealt with that, and the thing grew, and it got to be a pretty scary situation this spring. I know I think it was after Table Rock 1 coming back, which should have been Grand Lake, but we had to come back for Table Rock 2. She had her surgery, and man, it was hard for me, but I think I was just so numb because it's like you can't even really realize what's going on in a moment like that.
Yeah.
It's just hard to explain the emotions, like what was really going on with that. But man, she's doing really, really, really good. It was a very difficult surgery, and there was a lot of risks involved. And she come out of it. She's lost hearing in one ear, but other than that, she is 100% back to herself and doing really, really good. And the good thing is they had to leave a little bit of it in there, and if they do have to do any maintenance on it, it's not going to be anything devastating. The worst part of it's over, so I'm very, very, very thankful for that.
Right. Well, we're
Us too.
we are thankful.
Sorry, I might have gave you a long story there, but that's basic.
That's good. We love the update, and I know we talked at Chickamauga last year, and I was thinking about you guys the whole year, and so happy to hear that it's amazing though, technology. You know what I mean? Like something like that, and they can deal with it, and there's no problems. It's awesome.
It's truly amazing, and it was amazing to me to see Rose at ICAST and see you guys, her up and around, I'm just so thrilled for you guys that worked out the way that it did.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Yeah, I did not expect her to be at ICAST by any means. She wasn't supposed to be, actually. She was actually just on her feet, but she didn't want to miss ICAST because she didn't want to miss everyone.
Yeah.
She was a trooper for, going through that for sure.
Man.
She stood on the floor with me all hours through the day, and I
Wow.
mean, she'd just gotten out of the hospital, but she wanted to be there. So
Yeah.
she's very supportive, and I'm very thankful, for her and the fact that everything worked
Yeah.
out.
Well, we are too. We're happy she's on the other side of it.
Thank you guys.
I want to switch it up now, and this, we had to get to this, and this is a big thing, and it relates to.
Can I stop you for a second?
You can
though?
stop me for a second.
Whenever we were just talking about Rosa's situation, now we're talking about this situation.
Yeah.
It's like it really puts things into perspective, right? So
It does.
this isn't as big of a deal as a lot of things. So.
It's not.
I
This
guess
isn't-
talking about both of those things back to back.
Yeah,
is a
this
little-
and here's the reality of it,
Switch.
Pete. This isn't what we're about to talk about. Isn't life or death, right? It isn't life or death. Fletcher didn't shoot anybody.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't stab anybody.
I didn't rob a bank.
He didn't rob a bank. He
He wasn't naked on my front
He
porch.
wasn't naked on your front porch masturbating.
The message board seems to think it might have been.
No, it wasn't him. It wasn't
Fletcher,
him.
do you possibly comb your hair back in any other ways on Friday nights?
Fletcher didn't
It wasn't
kneel
me.
during the American anthem. I mean, it's nothing. This
Yeah,
isn't
right.
nothing
Like
crazy.
There's the memes out there, like I'm calling Kaepernick now. Like
Yeah,
you said,
it's
the national
crazy.
anthem.
It's crazy. I mean, it's simply put, it was a post that you made that was your feelings, right? And
Yep.
think about it, Pete. We all make those posts. I make them. Brian the Carpenter makes them. Riz, you make. I mean, we all make posts on things that we believe in and we feel, right? And there's nothing wrong with that. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But in saying that, on November 27th, you made a post, and it really, really created a firestorm. And just to give you a little, analogy, like when I look back on things, I would say this is at the level of when, like, Ish got in a fight at the locks at Lake Toho.
Right.
It was at the level of when I kicked the light pole off the back of the boat, at the Bassmaster Classic.
Thank God there wasn't social media then.
Thank God there wasn't social media back in this
Right,
age.
right.
But it created.
They're still talking about it.
Yeah,
They are still talking.
They're still talking about it. It really did create this unbelievable response from people, and
Well, Here's the thing.
yeah,
It was a somewhat cryptic post. It was short, and it wasn't. It was like I said, somewhat cryptic. It was left to a lot of interpretation, and
Right.
there was a lot of interpretation that happened.
Right.
Thousands and thousands and thousands of interpretations on social media.
right.
And that's why we invited Fletcher on tonight to hear what
What's your interpretation?
What's your interpretation of your post?
Yeah, you made it. What's your interpretation?
Well, guys, let me start by saying this. I knew and heard about some things that was going to happen in the industry for a while now. Mike, we've all heard about a lot of
Yeah.
this stuff. And for the longest time, man, I'd spend my evenings out on Gunnersville, dobbing my cricket around and doing whatever, and I just kept thinking about it. And, dude, honestly, I thought about this a while ago. I'm like, that would be the exact thing that I would like to say, and then when it all came to fruition and the announcement was made the day before Thanksgiving, and there's just all this rah celebrating that guys are coming back and they're changing their minds and all this stuff, it really, I felt like it was time to post exactly the way that I felt. And it wasn't something, like I said, it wasn't something I just spur of the moment did. I wasn't drinking too much eggnog at the, at my parents' Thanksgiving dinner. It was something that I thought about, and the bottom line is, man, for those guys to back out on a commitment that we all have. We left Bass last year, and that wasn't easy for a lot of guys to do, right? For those guys, and basically, dude, I feel like personally we created an 80-man brotherhood. Now, we don't all get along. We all fight like children at times and argue and whatever. But at the end of the day, we all got together and said, hey, let's make this sport better across the board. And I feel like those 80 guys leaving, and starting up the DPT did that.
Right.
Without question. This is the first time in fishing history that 160 guys fished for over $10 million in free earnings or sponsorship money from the organizations, right?
Right.
That wouldn't have happened if we didn't make that move. If
Right.
everyone would have stood behind each other and said, hey, this is what we're going to do. It's right for the sport. So when guys go back on that and want to go back to the other organization that clearly, I got to say this, Chase Anderson and the guys at Bass have done a great job. I think he had inherited a bad situation whenever he bought Bass. I really don't think he knew a lot of the stuff that was going on. I don't want to get into that stuff, right?
Right.
I think they did a very good job of making it better for the anglers. My brother's still over there. I talk to my brother every single day, sometimes 3 times a day, right? They've done a really good job of making things better over there for the anglers. So I guess the reason for my post is I just have a hard time respecting that a guy would go back after 1 year against the organization and against the 80 of the guys that left originally,
Right.
and go back to the circuit that's now better because of the original 80 that left.
Right.
And that's the reason for my post.
Yeah. Yeah. And I,
It's simple as that.
yeah. And I get that. And I do want to bring up a couple points, Pete, and then I'll let you jump in. The 80 guys that left, right? And I feel like this is important to explain this a little bit. We got a lot of people watching and listening right now that are pro Bass, pro BASS, anti MLF. And I just, and again, I'm not trying to change anybody's mind. I want everybody to believe what they believe. But the 80 guys left because they felt mistreated at Bass, right? That whole movement happened. The whole MLF movement happened because there were things that were happening at Bass that weren't fair, that weren't right. And it was a move to right the problems, right? So that's a fact. 80 guys left because there was issues at Bass. They left to go to create something better, right? That's a fact. The other fact is, and again, I'm not taking sides, but you mentioned it. You feel like, Fletcher, that it takes time to grow a business, right? You know,
Absolutely.
If you look at any business, if you look at any business in the world, year 1, 2, you're losing money. Year 3 and 4 and 5, you break even. Year 6 is when you
and
start.
You're still figuring things out.
Right, you're still figuring things out. So you're basically saying that you believe they left the business too early.
Way too early. And I think you
Okay.
guys can agree with that too. I think that's just simple business. Like, for a guy to leave that quick and go back, didn't sit well with me. Hence the reason for my post. So, yeah, they definitely. I think there's so much stuff that's changing. I think at MLF, there is so much new stuff that everyone's still trying to figure out. We're lucky that if you look at, dude, we're 13 months into, since we signed the dotted line. It's been 13 months. There's been a lot of stuff happen at Major League Fishing in 13 months.
Yeah.
If you really think about it. What's another year or 2 years down the road going to mean, and what's the future beyond that going to be? I think it's only good things, right? But and for those guys that it didn't work out for, I get that it wasn't working out for them personally at the time. But don't back out after 1 year, and that's just my personal opinion, you know.
Yeah, and we're gonna
just
take
my thoughts.
we're gonna take a couple IMs here from Riz, but before we do that, real quick, let me also say that you're still friends with Brandon and G. This isn't about this. You guys are still buddies, so this isn't like you guys were enemies. And I want to say this, and I want to make sure that everybody watching knows this, that at the end of the day, right, this is Fletcher's opinion, and we have opinions. The fans have opinions. But at the end of the day, what G and Brandon did, they need to do what's right for them, right? And it does, if they felt
And I
like,
see that side. I do see that side.
you got to
of
see
it
that
too.
side of it too, right?
I do, man. I do.
I mean,
have their opinions.
you got to be
They
happy.
did what
dude.
they had.
Life is
They
so
did what they had
short.
to do, and I also comment and express the way I felt about their decision, and that's
Right.
really all that it was. right?
Exactly. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. Riz, what do you got coming through on the IM?
So the message board would like to know if your post was directly shot at Gerald and Brandon.
It wasn't shot. Let me tell you something. Those guys are straight up awesome dudes. They are two of the best anglers. This doesn't even need mention. They are two of the best anglers on the planet. I respect them both. I just didn't respect their decision. That's all it was. I didn't respect their decision to go what, in my opinion, is going backwards. Hence the reason for my post. And I understand there's been a lot. I can't believe how many people have taken this and ran with it, and the numbers of comments that have come in on my social platforms and everywhere. I haven't been able to keep up with it, truthfully.
No, there's no keeping
Once
up with
again,
that.
those guys are great guys. They're great ambassadors for the sport. They're great anglers. They're great people. I just didn't respect their decision.
Have you talked to Brandon or Gerald since this
I
happened?
have not talked to Brandon or Gerald since that post,
Well,
but that will come. I'll run into Gerald down at the Piggly Wiggly at some point. We'll talk about it.
In the meat aisle.
Yeah, something like that.
yeah, I
But I
just
think, I do think, and this may be speaking at, I shouldn't probably say this, but I do think those guys do kind of see that point too. You know what? If they do feel that strongly about what the decision they made, then good for them, right? I just still think they should have gave it more time.
Yeah.
And that's why they made the post. I did not think that post was going to reach the magnitude that it did.
Right.
That's what's so crazy about all of this. Like,
Well, it's very. Go ahead, Pete.
it's very personal. Obviously, it's business, it's personal. There's so many things involved with it, and one thing I want, because I relate completely to how you feel, Fletcher, because something happened to me like this in the sport, and it happened to all of us. When they started the Bassmaster Elites, we went from $20-some thousand in entry fees to asking the angler base for $50-some-odd thousand.
Yep.
Somewhere in that ballpark, and it was overnight, and a lot of us were this. Wait a minute, I don't have that sponsor base. I called my sponsors. I can't get the increases. This money, has to come from somewhere. I've got all kinds of family and things that I have to take into account. Guys, stop. Anglers, stop. We can't allow this to happen.
Yeah.
Right? And I'll never forget it, because Skeet, who's a good friend of mine, I was so pissed at Skeet, because Skeet was the first one to step up and pony up $55,000. And I was pissed. And I was
good
pissed
thing social media wasn't around then, right?
It wasn't around that either.
I was pissed at him.
They had stone tablets back then.
And second was IACONELLI, right there behind.
Wrote the check.
I was freaking furious at these guys.
Yeah.
Like, wait a minute, this is not the direction. We can't increase entry fees.
Yeah.
We have to be decreasing entry fees.
Yeah.
We're going in the wrong direction. And at that moment, I decided that I was not going to go into the elites. And I've never fished an elite tournament. I switched over and competed
there was
FLW
there was a
side.
lot of guys that did that with you that year. There was Jay Yellis, Larry Nixon. The list goes on and on. Tommy Martin. A lot of big name guys made that same decision at that same time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was a huge event. So I understand, and I want people to understand this. Fletcher, you're making life decisions when you decided to move over, and you followed the guys and that whole group, and we did this. You guys did that together, and you made a huge commitment, and I can certainly understand your position and where you could be upset that that some guys aren't seeing it through together like you agreed.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I do want to address some of the fake news, which there has been a whole lot of fake news that's been going around about this whole on the social side. I did get an Elite Series invite. I think I finished 75th that year. I think I dropped my boat on the ground that last year, and I didn't check in an event. I was like an hour late at check-in. I finished 75th in the points, not making the top 70. That did extend me an invite, and it is in my inbox. I had to actually go back and look at it the other day. So just to clear the fake news, that I did have an option to still fish bass, right?
Yeah.
There's so many people saying, oh, you didn't have an option. Like, dude, I did have an option, but I can't, I'm not going to sit there and address every comment whenever they're not factual and things like that.
Right.
So.
Well, I do want to bring this up, and I know Riz has got some more. He's chimed me. He's got some more coming through, and Brian the Carpenter as well. But I'm sort of studying all this as it was happening, and I do have to make this comment though, and this isn't just for you, Fletcher. This is just a comment on this happening, which was when I looked at the posts that Gerald and Brandon made, and they both made individual social media posts announcing their return to bass and their departure from Major League Fishing, I really went through and looked at them. And I'd put the number at 75 or 80% of those comments were positive, right? There were guys saying, you know, welcome home, thank God, I'm glad you're going back, this is where you belong, you know. So it was 75 or 80% for their decision. And then I went back and looked at the post that you made, and it was like the same number, 75 or 80% against, not you, but against Major League Fishing, right?
I feel like a lot of guys took so much of the anger with Major League Fishing and the FLW acquisition and all that stuff. I feel like a lot of that anger or whatever's going on with all of that, they was taking that out on me and my posts on my opinion.
So why are so many guys angry with the MLF and the acquisition of MLF, FLW if everything over there is roses?
I don't understand it.
Yeah, I don't understand.
Personally.
I mean,
there's a few things I guess I kind of get, but for the most part, I do not get it.
I mean,
I get it.
That's something we need to talk about, because it's obvious that in the hardcore fishing community, right? And I'm not talking about new consumers of fishing.
Right.
I'm not talking about, because Major League Fishing, Pete, we talked about this on other shows, they do a tremendous job of attracting new people that don't fish, right? So I'm not talking about that, because they didn't post. They're not posting on social media, right? They're
right.
Not posting on your and Brandon and Gerald's site. I'm talking about hardcore fishermen, Brian the Carpenter.
Well,
Why? Why?
I think if MLF had to do it all over again, could go back a year, there's several things they would do differently.
Okay.
There was a number of things that they did this year that I feel, and I feel like Fletcher's, like he said, he's receiving the brunt of people's.
Right. Fletcher's post.
And I'm not crying when I say that. I'm just saying I feel like some of those emotions are showing. Sorry, go ahead, Brian.
It was 2 lines. It was 1 sentence.
Yeah, you were the lightning rod for the discontent.
But
that's all right. I can handle it. But yeah.
Well, you know, like their post about our anglers have earned this versus the other league's anglers have earned that. Like, that was a us versus them post by MLF that backfired tremendously. It turned a lot of people off.
Yeah.
And if you look back throughout this first year, there's been a number of instances like that.
Yeah.
The league, in a big way, was kind of born out of spite towards bass. And maybe for good reason. I wouldn't know. You guys would know. You were fishing over there. You know what you were dealing with.
Yeah.
And 65 of you's left, and you say it was for good reason. You're probably right.
Yeah.
You know, there may have been a fair amount of peer pressure for guys to leave. I feel like that resonated throughout. So the way MLF kind of did it this year, I think, again, there's a few things that if they had to do it over, they would do again. And they've kind of got to make up for that. There's just being told over and over and over again that we're the best, we're the greatest, we're the best new thing ever. Like, just be the best new thing ever.
Yeah.
And I think just continually upselling everybody kind of started to turn people off.
Right.
And I saw the tide turn. You know, when the split happened, things were 50-50 in the fans between their, you know, wanting to see the new thing and all the new anglers.
Yeah.
I think it was more than 50-50 in favor of the MLF.
Well, again,
I think there was a lot of energy.
You know, from the posts you see, from the comments, like Mike said, 75-25, 80-20, maybe even worse. And I think that's just due to those PR boners that MLF made this year. That's my opinion.
Yeah.
You know, and I think that's something that they've got to correct the way they go about this.
Yeah. Riz, what do you got? I know you got some stuff coming.
I got a lot of stuff coming through the message board.
Can I make one more comment on that before we get moving on real quick? I do want to make this point based on the whole, you know, what we're talking about here. I do want to say that as a fan of just say football, or as you know, any fan of the sport of fishing, or like I'm a fan of football or whatever. You have to understand as a fan, you don't know everything that's going on, right?
True.
Like if I'm watching football tonight and I see someone deliver a late hit, and the dude lays someone out, you almost want to be like instant, like, look at that asshole, you know, or whatever. And the first thing that pops into my mind is, well, that was crazy, but what caused that guy to do that, right? There's always this cause and effect thing going on, and I do think that lot of times in any industry, the fans aren't totally 100% up to date.
I'd agree with that.
On what's going on. So it's really,
Yeah.
and they want to make sense of everything. And none of us want to go out there and just air out a bunch of dirt. We don't want to do that, right? We don't want to talk about all that stuff.
Yeah.
But just, they do need to understand that there are a lot of things, and this goes with everything that we're talking about tonight. There are a lot of things that go on in the background that no one has any idea that's going on. Right?
I'd agree with that. And by the way, Rich, before you get these questions, I want to let everybody know my second book, Fishing on the Edge 2, will be coming out in a few years, and I'm going to air out everybody's dirty laundry. Okay, go ahead, Chris.
There we go.
Soil undies.
Oh, yeah. Come on, let's smell.
So, Fletcher, going back to what you just said about cause and effect and the reference you made to football, how does that not apply to the cause and effect of why Gerald and Brandon may have made the switch? There's got to be a cause, and this is the effect. If you can see the logic for the guy that makes a late hit in football, where's the non-site on the cause and effect of why they decided to leave?
Yeah, and so like I said, there's a lot of things that I don't care to talk about. I'm not saying there's any reason in particular in any direction, but I can't sit here and tell you everything that has went on or has not went on. I think Mike can agree with that. I think Mike kind of gets where I'm coming from with that.
Yeah.
Next question.
Well, I'd just like to comment on that because, I just sided with Fletcher, and now I'm going to side with Brandon and Gerald because I see both sides. I live in both sides. I spent a lot of time in that realm, and when I grew up, like I heard over on Bass Talk Live, Brandon talking about the importance of the Federation. I know how important it was to you.
Super important.
I mean, we fished all the Federation tournaments. We tried to qualify for the divisionals and the nationals, and it was all about getting to the Classic. It was all about winning the national championship, and that's what I wanted to do. And then I got qualified. I made it through all these levels, and I'm sitting there and being invited to compete in the elites. And I'm right there, and I have to make the business decision not to do it. And I found myself over at the FLW competing in my world, which was like a soulless environment. It's like that's not where I wanted to be. That's not where I saw my career going.
You lost that historical connection that you had to the sport. Yeah.
I mean, I had the sticker on the back of my truck, and this is. That was, I wanted to win the Classic, I wanted to win the Angler of the Year. I didn't want to go into a tournament that just had more money involved or was different. So, I imagine, a lot of guys are going through that, I remember getting up to going fishing to those tournaments, and my heart and soul was not in. I was not invested.
Right.
And I imagine that's exactly what they feel. And they acted on it, but I feel, I feel their pain. I feel what they're going through.
Yeah. And I said it before, I'm going to say it again. Everybody, you need to be happy, If you're not happy, you got to make a change,
Well, I mean, right off the bat, the two leagues are completely different.
They're different leagues.
Right. One's a 5 fish, one's a 5 fish.
Different format.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think the big picture is in the next handful of years, what I would like to see is I would like to see MLF over here and Bass over there, and the anglers figure out which tournament format fits them the best and go there.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You yourself, you do good at Bass. You also do really well at MLF because you're a guy that fishes for bites, and you fish fast and like a maniac.
Yeah, I love 1-pounders.
And you never slow down.
Woo!
So that format does fit you. I'd love to see them both exist.
Yeah.
Now, if they're going to attack each other, I'm not going to like that. You know what I mean?
Right.
So when I see them attacking each other, especially in public, when I see one trying to take the other out,
Right.
I
Definitely
feel like
cause
I'm
division.
being attacked because
Right.
they're trying to take something away that I like.
Right.
So
I do
keep that
agree
in
with you,
mind.
Brian. I do agree.
Yeah,
Right.
keep that in mind.
I agree with that.
I agree with everything you guys are saying, by the way.
I agree with
right.
that. Riz, what do you got?
In the business of fishing, sponsorships are so vitally important for your longevity as an angler. And with the recent post, somewhat directed towards Gerald and Brandon Polinick, being such highly respected guys in the industry and carrying so much clout. Have you thought about the after effects and the ways that it might affect your sponsorship? And have you had to deal with any of those ramifications yet?
No, I haven't had to deal with that. That's something I did put some, thought into that, like what repercussions. And honestly, I did not think it was going to be anything even remotely close to what this whole situation turned into. But I do want to touch on this. I do feel like in our sport, and this is kind of getting off subject, but I want to get back to it. I do feel like in our sport, we have so many guys that are just, man, my boat's great, my motor's great, my rods are great, my reels are great, my graphs are great, my line's great, my lure's great, I got great underwear on, got great shoes, it's going to be a great day, tomorrow's going to be great. Am I right, Mike? Like, if you listen, a lot of times you just hear these things a lot, and once again, there's a lot of people that they don't really talk about anything else other than just like everything's great. So if you look at any other sport, there's always something going on. If you look at NASCAR, if you look at, once again, football, any other sport, what I did in any other sport wouldn't even be a blip on the radar. It wouldn't even probably make it on Sports Center. But since it's fishing and everything's supposed to be good, what I'm getting with this is I do feel like there's value in being real. And I don't feel like what I did or what I said was that vindictive or that bad. It's not like I'd
agree with that.
I would agree with that.
I'd agree with that. I don't think the meaning of what you posted was bad. It's your opinion. Everybody's entitled to their own opinion. I think maybe the way you posted it, is where people
I'll be honest, I didn't like the post, and I might not agree with his opinion, but I don't hate Fletcher for it.
No, absolutely
not at all.
not.
And I didn't feel the need to lash out at him with such furious anger and vitriol. I think that is really silly. I mean, I know some people are having fun with it, but I think that's just really silly. I just didn't agree with it.
Right.
But
I had fun reading some of the comments. Actually, some of the memes were some of the best yet. I actually asked my family at Thanksgiving, I want a scrapbook at Christmas with all the memes in it. Because some of them are really good. How about the one with me and Boyd, dude? Which is so funny because me and Boyd don't even really talk. Like, he lives a couple miles from my house. I mean, I don't really talk to Boyd. Don't really know Boyd. I mean, he's a great dude, right? But I don't know him that well at all, right? I go to his dealership, but Boyd's always in some other state or something flying around or whatever. I don't know Boyd that well, so people just assume that I'm like Boyd's best friend. There we are, standing at the front of a Walmart greeting people, on these memes. It's just these people. I mean, people took it and they just ran so crazy far with it. Like saying that my mom and dad's rich and all this stuff. And that's the furthest thing from the truth too, right? It's been crazy. But back to my point though, with what I was getting at with the sponsor side, to answer the question, I do feel like there is value in being real in this game. And I feel like this game does lack that a lot. And I don't think that being real necessarily means, make a post that has 2,000 negative comments on it and everyone's making memes about you in a bad way. But I do feel like at some point it doesn't hurt your brand or it doesn't hurt me personally to feel like, okay, this dude's being real. If this dude's going to promote something, he's at least going to tell them how it is, right? I don't want to be that guy like, yeah, everything's great, good. Because that's what we've turned into as pro fishermen. And I think so much of the audience has turned off to that.
Right.
When I say something's good, I want people to believe me. Some people don't like it. That's okay. But that means the other people that are listening will believe me more if I'm at least being real with them. So I see their value in being real. And if it ends up costing me sponsorships because of this post, then I'm okay with that.
Gotcha.
To answer the question.
That's a good answer.
I don't know if you agree with that or not, Mike.
That's a good answer. Well, I agree with being real, and I agree with voicing your opinion, And I've always tried to do that. We try to do that here at Ike Live as well. Rich, what do you got?
The Eco Bass Angler on the message board would also like to know, it appears that you're beginning to rock the missing mustache look. He wants to know if that was derived from any one person or being.
Missing mustache?
It was supposed to be a joke. I was trying to bring light to the situation.
I'm like,
I guess my delivery wasn't very good.
All right.
That was terrible. That was terrible.
Shout out to the Eco Bass.
Shout out to Eco Basser.
He came with me to the Rutgers match, by the way.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah, Riker's kids or his kids wrestled as well. So
All right, so
wrestling fans.
let me ask this one, because this is one that I'm sure has come up on the message board. And I think I already know the answer, but I have to ask it to you, Fletcher. If you could go back in time, would you not post that, or would you post that in a different way?
That's a hard one, man, because I think posting it, just seeing the crazy amount of negativity. Hi, Becky.
Fletcher said hi.
I think just seeing the amount of negativity and how people took that in such a, I don't want to say I'd like to, I want to change it, but dude, so many people took it in a negative way. I didn't expect that to be that way. And I think people took it way far above and beyond what it really was. So yeah, I think I would have probably changed the way I did it just because of the way it was perceived. Problem with my brother, we're just down to earth. Like when we say something, we just say it and we don't really care how it comes across. And that's something that I've always struggled with. I'm never going to be a politician.
I like it. You're from Jersey. You're a Northeasterner.
Dude, I just can't sugarcoat things. And sometimes I rub people the wrong way with that. I don't mean bad by it, but that's just my personality. So I had no problem just typing that up. But now looking back on it, yeah, it was maybe a little harsh. I definitely don't apologize for it by any means. I'm going to stand behind what I said.
Yeah.
Absolutely. But yeah, it was maybe a little harsh looking back and seeing how much negativity it did cause and how much, I forget what Brian called it, cryptic. I guess you could call it that too, because a lot of people didn't really know what it meant, which I thought, to me, it was very obvious with the timing of my post being hours after the announcement of guys changing back over. I felt like everyone would get it, but I don't think everyone did. I think a lot of guys were thinking I'm calling myself a big bad wolf and all this stuff, and that wasn't the intention, right?
Right.
I did want to make a point, but I think I come across a little harsh, so that's a tricky question to answer.
Yeah. Well, go ahead, Pete.
Did you get guys ownership on the tour calling you, or any of the other guys saying, you know what, Fletch, me too? I feel that way.
I'm glad you asked that. What's so funny about it? As my social media is just blowing up with negativity, there's also a lot of people that are silently liking it that are not commenting negatively. Okay. And that's just the social side. But on the other side, my cell phone inbox on my text messages and my voicemails are just blowing up from people that just loved what I posted. These are anglers. These are people that I didn't even know had my number. People that are high up in the industry agreed with my statement because they got it. So that was the side of it that I saw, but they're like that silent majority, right? Like they're not going to jump into the comment section on my Facebook page into a mosh pit, right? Because that's exactly what it turned into. But they're calling me saying, "Hey, you've got balls for posting that," and I appreciate that. I heard that a lot, not necessarily from any of the ownership from the league at MLF or anything like that, but just a lot of anglers and a lot of people in the industry reached out to me, which I thought was pretty crazy, right? So
yeah.
You don't hear about that, though, right? You don't see that.
No, you don't hear about that. And I do have to say this, too. I just want to throw this comment out there, and I'll direct it to you, Pete. Would you agree that with this scenario, this was a PR firestorm? And the old adage, and I look at my own career, sometimes a little bit of bad PR is good PR because they're talking about you. Would you agree with this?
Well, we've seen it a number of times.
Yeah.
Working
thousands of times.
Working closely with Ike.
Hey, if they're not talking bad about you, they're not talking
That's
about
right.
you.
Yeah, you're darn right. And,
Dang Skippy.
There's no
Unfortunately,
such thing.
that's the world we live in. So
There's no such thing as bad exposure, bad publicity, and
I could go without it for a while, though. I will say that.
yeah.
I can go without some bad
accounting.
publicity for a minute.
I think you're accounting for it nicely and explaining it, and and you can see that people are on your side, and that's got to really be a good thing. Or has your social media numbers gone up?
It's funny. I've had a lot of people unfollow me, and then they get more followers, and so actually, I think I'm about dead even. So, but I think a lot of it too was people that were never really active on my social account anyway, to be truthful. They might have been haters and just following along, and then the opportunity comes and then they're bashing and then they unfollow or whatever. So I don't think it's that negative overall. I really don't.
Yeah. Brian Riz, what do you got back there?
I think Fletch, you just gave people an opportunity to let out some frustrations with their own life. And
That's true.
And they took it out on you.
That's true. Well, that's very indicative of social media today.
It is social media.
Isn't that social media today?
Oh, my God.
A lot of people are very unhappy with other situations. They want to take it out on social media. So,
I want to tell you guys about a new technique I've got. New favorite technique for 2020. Trolling for trolls.
Yeah. Exactly. This question's come up a lot on social and on our message boards tonight, but do you have any regrets about this whole deal? And there's one person you took a shot at in particular that keeps coming up. His name's coming up over and over.
Yeah, so what you're referring to, Brian, and we talked about this off the show. So Wednesday night when I made that post, and it started going crazy, and I still didn't think it was going to go near as crazy as what it ended up turning into at this point. Well, right when I went to go to bed, it was on the feed of just people that follow you, people that like your photo or whatever. It says, I see Zona, and I see this long list of clown emojis and this long paragraph of all this stuff, basically saying you're nothing, you never did nothing, you're never going to be nothing. And I click on the name and come to find out it's Mark Zona's son. And then I believe his brother chimed in or something. And so to put this all into consideration, I've had over 2,000 comments on this stuff. I've said that before, right? But that one got me because that's someone I feel like if they wanted to say that, like Mark Zona has my phone number, he could have just delivered that message to me directly. Or, I didn't feel like it was cool for his kids to be calling me out in my comment section and the hate comments on social media. So I responded in the comment section, and after about 10 minutes, I was laying there and I'm like, dude, I deleted it because I'm like, don't feed into that stuff. Just let it go. And I think he saw it because he chirped back and made another comment. And if I had to do anything different with that situation, I would have handled it in a direct message or picked up my phone the next day. I wouldn't have left that comment in the comment section. I just didn't feel, like I said, that you got all that negativity going on. I responded to none of it other than that one, and it was very short-lived, and I took it down. But that one to me just wasn't cool.
Yeah, and I can relate to the emotion of when you're feeling something and you're passionate about something and you really believe something. Sometimes when you're on social media, you respond.
Dude, I would have responded to every one of them comments.
Yeah, I know. Well, I'm just telling you, for me,
I would have fought every one.
I'm just telling you, for me, it happened early in the year. This year, early in the year when I was fishing Major League Fishing after the Florida event and then like the Conroe event. And I just had some personal stuff going on, and I was in a bad place. And I had some social media comments come through, and I did the same thing. I fired right off at them. And, like Becky, thank God, my wife brought me back to reality a little bit and was like, man, you can't do it like that, and I don't care if you feel like that, you can't do it like that. You got to get rid of that middle finger emoji, you got to get rid of that. And you can't say fuck on social media to somebody. And I'm like, okay, you're right. But
on the podcast.
Right. But I do get it. Because you get caught up in that.
You get
because
so mad.
you believe it. That's your feeling. You feeling that. It's real,
Well, like I said, it was one comment that I responded to, and that happened to be the one. And what's crazy to me is everyone's like, "Oh, did you see what he said about Zona?" And I'm like, "Did you see what his kid said to me?" I'm just supposed to be completely, feelingless, and just I've done a good job of not responding to all that stuff, but that one did get me. Right. And I wouldn't have changed what I said. I would have just changed how I, obviously, I'd have sent a direct message or picked up the phone to say what I said. So
since
I made a mistake there.
Since that's the way that you feel about the Zona related comments and them not just contacting you directly, why didn't you just contact Gerald and BP directly?
That's a good question. I think because honestly with that situation, because everyone was going so public about everyone, I've seen guys that are fishing the Elite Series now that were reposting that they were coming back. Like, it was the whole situation of the announcement, the public announcement of it is the reason why I publicly announced my feelings on it, if that makes sense. It is a good question, but when you see someone going back, I already talked about that earlier, whenever you see that publicly and all these people going rah, rah, all the bass people, and I do respect that, but they're all rah, rah behind it, and Elite Series anglers that if I was an Elite Series angler, I would not be happy in that situation. And they're all rah, rah behind it and reposting. I decided to make a public post as well. So.
Yep, that's fair. That's fair. Beck, did you want to say something, Beck?
Yeah, I just about what we were talking about a second ago, and the lashing out at people.
Yeah.
I just want to say that our culture has shifted. Like, when we were all younger, we didn't have to grow up with social media. Like, you had something happen, and we joked about it with you earlier, about what happened with you. And, yeah, there were people who would make comments, and you'd see things on different, like, websites and such, but you didn't have that total attack and opinions of things on social media.
Right.
So I think it's hard because you've created personas, all of you. Fletcher, you are perceived to be a certain person because of the way you put yourself out there, through the tournament circuit. Mike is perceived to be a certain person because of what he's put out there.
BTC.
Pete, same thing. Like,
Brian's ghost.
But that's with every personality. Like, people see you as for what you've given them.
Right.
People think they've seen our entire lives because what we've given them on social media.
Right.
Well, half the time, not to give away secrets, but it's like happened on a different day, or it's,
it's not reality.
It's not real.
It's not 100% reality.
It's not 100% reality.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So people's perception is different. So people also believe that they can also come at you because of who they perceive you to be, but you can't actually be you coming back.
Well,
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does make sense.
That's
and
a good
that is
point.
a very hard thing sometimes.
That is hard.
Well, we don't fully understand how to communicate with each other online. Because if you're going to say something online that you wouldn't say to that person's face, like,
that's the biggest problem
biggest thing.
with
You
all
really
this.
need to consider that. Like,
Yeah.
I try to do that. I try to think about the things that I say, and and most of the time I'm having fun. But like, if I'm not willing to say it to that person's face, I'm not going to say it online.
Yeah.
And people need to think about that. Because if you wouldn't say it to their face, don't say it online.
Right.
Because you're just a coward.
Right.
Yeah, when you don't know where someone is.
Right.
Like a reaction could be because you were in a bad emotional place or something tragic happened in your life and you lashed out, but people don't know all that.
Right.
Social media is just
It's not enough background.
And then they
not
want
enough
to judge
background.
you
It's
based
very
on
hard
just
to
that
navigate
solely.
this
So
world. Yeah.
Yeah.
People, you need to calm down. You're being too loud.
Listen to the dean. He's smart. The dean is smart.
The dean stays offline. That's how smart he is.
I just quoted Taylor Swift.
He can't even log into his account. He doesn't know how.
Pete just quoted Taylor Swift.
Although Pete does have an account on TikTok. Everyone should
You
check
do?
him out.
Yep. Wow.
Pete the Dean.
On TikTok?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. I don't
Yeah.
even have a TikTok account.
I don't even know what that is.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
We know TikTok.
Yeah. All right, Fletcher, I do want to. This is the longest interview ever, but this is good stuff. And I have to ask you another question.
All
This is
right.
probably my 30th question I've asked you. Obviously Brandon and Gerald, it's a done deal. They left. Will we see more defects from Major League Fishing? Will we see more this year? Will we see more in the following year, in 2021? Is that something we're going to see more of, or do you think things will settle out?
Dude, I think you're always going to see more of it in this sport because I haven't been around that long, but I can tell you that it's very, very hard to get any group of bass anglers all on the same page.
Right.
Pete, I know you've talked about that in the past. Like, getting everyone on the same page is almost impossible. Like, everyone, it's like corralling cats. Everyone's just going in different directions. So I think it's inevitable with anything, no matter how perfect it is. I do think that, I know we've been in discussion talking with, some changes with Major League Fishing coming up. And if those things do take place, I think a lot of guys will be happier. And, there's just so many more things yet to come, right?
Yeah.
I think inevitably guys are going to swap out and do what they have to do just because that's just, how it is in the world, right? Like, not everyone's just going to agree with everything. But I do see it getting better in the next year to 2 years without question.
Yeah.
What's your thoughts on that? Can you answer that question that you just asked me?
I would say yes. I say you're going to see a few more defects within the next few years. I don't know if you'll see it this year, but I would say yes. I would say you're going to see some more defects. But, you know, you're going to see some more replacements that are epic as well.
Exactly.
You know, Gerald and Brandon left, but you got two of the world's best fishermen
followed up
to take their place. Yeah. Gerald and Brandon are amazing, and they're the best in the world as well. But they didn't replace it with scrubs.
No.
They replaced it with guys that can jack them too. So
and I hope we do see people defect because I want to see people find the format that's right for them.
Right.
I want to see the people go to bass that
people be
want to
happy
be over there
Absolutely.
and that excel over there.
Absolutely.
Chris
I respect that.
would probably suck at MLF because he fishes. You know, he likes to throw swim baits and he likes to fish for bigger fish.
Right.
I want to see the guys that are going to be in the best at that format find their sweet spot and excel there. And I want to see, as a fan, I want to see both.
Yeah.
You know, I love seeing guys catch them nonstop, and I love seeing, like I said, Chris and Seth fight fish for 5 minutes. You know, peel and drag, and I love it. I love it all. So.
And what's happening over there at MLF is amazing. At this Thanksgiving, I was with my aunt and uncle, and my aunt, who never ever watch a fishing show, was saying, "Oh, I just saw Mike win a big tournament." You know, and
that's awesome.
Yeah, she's watching MLF.
Watching MLF. I like that.
Watch the program.
That's awesome. That's awesome. It's good stuff. Riz, you got anything else coming through? Let me remind everybody, we're going to be letting Fletcher go here in just a little bit. We've been talking to him all night about what he's been doing, catching up with him, and, of course, about all this fiasco that's happened the last few weeks. But if you've got a question or comment, it's your last chance. Hit us up on the IM. Riz, you got anything coming through?
Yeah, I'm going to stick to the serious stuff because my last attempt at a joke didn't work. Fletch, did you have any response or conversations with your brother after the fact because he's still fishing over there at Bass, and you kind of referred to those guys as sheeps?
Is that a plural?
Sheepids.
Shepherds.
I don't know if I should respond to this, but I'm just going to say we had a good time laughing at Thanksgiving. That's about all the more I can really say. I don't want to get my brother in any trouble, so
there you go.
We had one of the best Thanksgivings ever. I left there with my stomach hurting. So
that's awesome.
I can't say if Hunter agreed or didn't agree, but you know, we still talk a lot all the time. So
super.
Any more riding dirt bikes in the foreseeable future, near future?
Dude, I was thinking about going this next couple of days, but the problem with that is as soon as I get on that bike, it's just not the same. I can't just go out there and ride around, right? Like I have to go out there and try to do everything that I used to do, and what ruins is the thought of everything that's going on with my profession. At any given moment, like if I crash, like all the things that would have to take place and all the stuff I would have to do. And that kind of takes the fun out of it. So that's really the reason why I don't go out and, ride as much as I'd like to.
Right. I think to follow up this publicity you're getting here, you ought to stage a jump of Spring Creek down on Lake Guntersville.
That's a good idea.
Style.
Yes! Pete, it's a great idea.
I kind of like that. If I could get some certain people to approve of it, then I might be down for that. My last hurrah on the dirt bike.
Last hurrah.
Wait, I gotta say something funny. So I was watching the show, putting the kids to bed a few minutes ago before I came out here, hence my Jim jabronis.
It better be funny.
So I'm watching it with the kids. And Stell's not paying attention. Sorry, guys, she could care less about you. But Vegas is intently watching, and he goes, "Wait, that's Fletcher." And I said, "Yeah, that's Fletcher." He goes, "The Fletcher that I burnt, right?"
That's right.
So
Vegas,
Fletcher
I've still got the scar somewhere.
Look, the scar! The star's still there.
I have a scar on my arm somewhere, if you guys can see it. Oh, yeah.
So the kids had sparklers, and we're like, okay, keep the sparklers far away from
They
you
were
and
big
anyone
sparklers.
else. So Vegas literally took a sparkler like this. I mean, they had to be little. How little were they? Was he like 5 maybe? So Vegas with his hand just did this, like far away, straight into Fletcher's arm.
Yeah, I remember that.
And Vegas
And we're both just looking
nothing.
at each other,
He
and my arm's
Fletcher.
burning, and we're just looking at each other. Then finally I jerked my arm away, but it was a little late.
Yeah, it was like a 3-second pause of flesh just melting. All right.
Yes.
All right, here's the fun part. Fletcher, we're about to let you go, but we know, you've been on the show long enough to know that we do games here on Ike Live as well. You know that. You've been a part of the
Hey,
Ike
I was
Live.
part of the OG back in the day.
You remember. You remember the
Yep.
games we play and the
Yep.
Ike Live Rapid Fire. And we have a small modification of that game, of that same game that we're going to do tonight. And I've got some images here that I'm going to show the camera, and I'm going to say them to you out loud, okay? And we've got 2 images here, 2 different images. And when I show these, I'm going to repeat these images to you. And here's this game. I need you to say which image is Major League Fishing and which image is BASS. Very, very simple game. And remember, this is Ike Live. You've got to be 100% honest and truthful.
Your descriptions are so slow.
In your answers. Okay.
One card at a time.
Here we go. Okay. And we've got 8, by the way, Fletcher. Okay.
So I've got to say whether it's Bass or MLF.
Yes, you got to say which of these images is Bass and
Come
which
on,
is
guys.
MLF.
Okay.
No, come on. You'll love this game.
And the first one is.
Okay.
And the first one is Fletcher Shryock or Hunter Shryock. Fletcher Shryock, Hunter Shryock.
This is easy.
Which one is you and which one is Bass? Which one is Bass and which one is MLF?
Yeah. So MLF, obviously, right? So
Okay.
You're overthinking it.
yeah,
I'm confused.
All right.
Fletcher's
So you're
I thought it was
MLF.
Bass or
No.
FLW.
No.
Oh my God.
Or MLF.
All right. So
This
you're.
is apparently harder
All
than
right.
we thought.
We'll go to the next one. That one was confusing. All right.
I'm
Next
glad
image.
Pete was confused
Let's
too.
get
'cause I-
That was
Eco
confusing.
Bass angler back on.
All right. I'll answer the first image. Fletcher is Major League Fishing and Hunter is BASS.
Yeah.
All right. Second image.
Everybody that didn't get that, you're fired.
All right. Second image. We have Biggie Smalls or Tupac. Biggie Smalls and Tupac. Who's Bass and who's MLF?
Dude, I can't see these pictures.
Hold on. We'll give them to you.
Bass MLF.
Yeah.
Yep,
no,
good
wait,
answer.
No, the other way around. MLF Bass.
All right. So it's big. You got to say it though. Is Biggie Bass or is Biggie MLF?
MLF.
Biggie's MLF and Tupac is Bass. Okay. Next one.
He's so afraid he's being set up.
No, there's no setup here.
Oh,
This is the
I
game.
so am right now, but let's go.
No. All right. They get easier as it goes on. Okay. John Travolta in Grease or John Travolta in Pulp Fiction? John Travolta in Grease is MLF or Bass?
You guys are so setting me up. Let's just get to the last picture.
Wait a minute. I got
know
like
what
10
you're getting
more
at.
here. What do you mean? All right. This is an easy one. You should be able to answer this one, no problem.
Hold on a second.
Okay.
There it is.
Founders beer or Natty Ice? Founders beer or Natty Ice? Is Founders beer Major League Fishing or BASS? And
You guys
which
are
is
gonna
Natty
get-
Ice?
You guys we're going too far. We're going too far. Hey, listen, guys. I already made my post. You know how I feel. Okay.
Don't be afraid.
All right. So let's see.
Well,
so
yeah, I've already put that out there, so I don't know why we're doing pictures now.
all right. So if I was to ask you Luke Skywalker or Darth Vader, you couldn't give me a clear answer. How about a Lamborghini or a smart car?
Who come up with all these?
Lion or Chihuahua? Shark or minnow? David or Goliath? All right, you're right.
Loud noises.
This game is total failure. You guys are right.
Told you.
Neither one of us can make jokes tonight.
Damn it! I could have swore this was going to be fun. Turned into a total failure, Pete. failure.
Brian, has
Mike, you
anything
knew all the
changed
answers
in
to those
20
pictures.
years?
Man,
How about
that
you go
segment
through? How
will
about
be
you
awesome
go through
on the
and tell
podcast.
us
Without
what
images.
the correct answers are?
I'm amazed at
Then
your
I'll agree or
commitment to the
disagree. How
sinking
about
ship.
that?
All right. How about this? In a few years, when you're back on, finally get over all this and you agree to come back on the podcast, will you answer those questions then?
Yeah, it'll be past it. No one will even know what we're talking about then. don't forget about it in 2 weeks. So
Okay. I'd agree with
everyone
that.
will just be more confused than we are now.
I'd agree with that. Pete, this was a good, I tell you, this was a good survey of the general state of the sport right now. And, you know, the big takeaways for me, and I'm going to say it again. I said it at the beginning of the show. I said it in the middle. I'm going to say it again. The big takeaways for me is everybody's entitled to their own opinion, right? It's good to voice your own opinion. It's healthy, whether it's, you know, right or wrong or indifferent. It's healthy to voice your own opinion. I think that's good. I don't think anybody's wrong here. You know, I think if for G and Brandon, if that was the decision that they wanted to make them happy in their life, I'm happy for him. If Fletcher felt like it was the wrong decision, that's right for him to voice that opinion.
And I do agree with what you just said. If those guys are happy with that decision, that's great for them.
Yeah.
I still have my own opinion of how I feel about it, as well as a lot of others in the silent majority, whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, if that's what makes those guys happy, then good.
Yeah.
Right. It did affect a lot more than just them by making this switch. Right. So it was a little bit emotional for a lot of people.
Yeah. Yep. Yep. And then the biggest one, and I'll end on this, and then if you guys want to say anything at the end here, the big one I want to end on is too much energy in the last 12 months has been put on all this shit when it needs to be put on growing the sport. And that's the biggest takeaway I want people to, people are watching and listening right now, whether it's your positive, negative, in the middle. Man, we need to grow the sport of fishing. We need to get more people involved. We need to get more people fishing. We need to get kids fishing. That's the shit we need to be focused on.
Yeah.
Not all this negative stuff, man.
Yeah.
You know? And I want people to think about that.
The leagues
man.
need to find a way to
The
exist
leagues need to find a way to exist.
without being in competition with each other because
Trying to
They
kill
don't
each
need
other.
to
they're
be.
trying to
They
kill
don't
each
need
other.
to kill each
It's
other.
negative.
Grow the sport.
It bleeds over.
Grow the sport.
Yeah.
You know?
It's palpable too.
Yeah. Yeah.
I had a brief conversation with Pat Renwick of Straycast.
Yo, Pat.
And
Pat.
you know,
How'd you have a brief conversation with him?
he caught me just before I came in the building, so I had to cut him off. No, we love Pat, but I love his perspective on it too. Is all this drama and this controversy is just taken away from the magic and the love of the sport.
Yeah.
And that's what he's trying to focus his show and his energy on, and I applaud him for that. And I applaud Fletcher for coming on. I think you accounted for yourself very well. I think people
it's a good conversation.
got a chance to hear.
Good conversation.
Thank you guys very much. Thank you.
Relate to you, and I think they're going to appreciate that too. So
yeah.
Thank you guys
I
for
like
the opportunity.
Yeah.
You bet. And I like what you're saying though. I think we need to move in the direction of hey, let's get back to fishing.
Let's get back to fishing.
You know?
Let's grow the sport. Let's make the sport bigger and better. So, well, Fletcher, we appreciate you coming on. I can't thank you enough for it. Like I said, Pete hit it right. It was a great. We looked at it. We talked about it. We flushed a lot of stuff out, and I think it was awesome. I hope everybody watching and listening appreciated it as well.
Great. Thank you guys so much.
Thanks, Fletcher. We'll talk to you.
Thank you, man.
Yep. Thank you. See ya.
Fletcher Shryock, everybody. That was good. That was good. We got deep there. Beck, what did you think? You listened to it with the kids. You came up here, stumbled into the chair. What did you think? What are your takeaways from this?
I thought it was a good interview. I thought, you allowed him to explain himself and talk about it, but I think you closed it right. At the end of the day, this needs to end, be done with. Fletcher voiced his opinion. Other people are voicing their opinions. But we're not focusing on the right thing.
Yeah.
We need to focus on these tournament trails aren't going anywhere.
Yeah.
This is what it is. Now,
Yeah.
how do we move forward? How do we grow the sport?
Yeah.
We can't hurt each other. We need to
Right.
stop thinking that that's what this needs to be. It just needs to be forward progress. And
Forward progress.
both of these organizations exist
Yeah.
and need to
We
do
gotta-
well, and there needs to be a place
Yeah,
for the next generation to come into.
Fishing has enough problems dealing with all these other things, right? You know, other sports, you know, like outside entities, like all these other things. And now this infighting, it's not good, man. It's not good, you know?
I tend to agree with you. I really do. And I think also is we just happen to have a lot of time on our hands right now.
We do.
You know,
That's
there's
true.
There's
I
nothing
don't.
going on.
Why do you?
Well,
I don't.
You know what I mean. There's no champ.
That was a shot.
That was a shot.
All right, I do want to ask Riz one question, and then Brian, we'll take a little break, and when we come back, we'll have Joe Balog on. But Riz, give me an honest opinion. I know you've had thousands of IMs coming through, and I saw the look in your eye. You wanted to field them all, but you couldn't. Were the IMs overwhelmingly in favor of Fletcher or against Fletcher? Or was it 50-50? Give me a ratio.
Let me say this way. I don't want to say that they were for or against Fletcher. There's a lot more pro bass out there right now than there is pro MLF.
Okay.
And just to touch on that, since the beginning of this whole split, this all actually happened before I was tied in with you guys whatsoever. I mean, I still knew Brian and everything, but when this all went down, it almost felt like you were being forced to choose sides.
Right.
Like, at least that's my perception. And
As
I know
a fan.
As a fan. And I know that that's the perception of a lot of other peer anglers that I fish with locally, regionally, whatever. They felt like they had to make a choice.
Yep.
And I got to say that with controversy, I tried to stay in the middle. I definitely had opinions on both sides. I tried to stay in the middle as much as I could. But when stuff like this happens, I think natural human response is to pick a side.
Right.
I felt myself after this being pushed, and I'm not going to say which direction I was.
Yeah.
It may be obvious, but I felt like I was thrown into the position, oh, well, now I got to choose sides. You know, I have, through my time working in this industry, I've developed friends and made relationships with guys on both sides.
Right.
You know, I mean, at some point you got to stand on one side of the line or the other, and instances like this don't help. So it really goes back to what you guys were saying. We need to cut all this shit out and just focus on what fishing is all about. We do it because we love it, and let's just keep growing it. Let's make this sport something great. Not split up. Let's not make the pie smaller.
Yeah, I agree, Rich. I agree 100% that you felt like you needed to pick a side. And I think if MLF had to do it over again, they would probably do some things different. I think there was some mistakes on the PR end with them this year. You know, somebody's trying to force you into like it's something. Your reaction might be to push back. So.
Right.
I never thought about, though, but that's a very innate response as a fan, though, because the anglers had to choose. Where am I fishing? Am I fishing bass? Am I fishing MLF? And you think fans are very connected to the anglers that they care for. So I think that they innately felt what the anglers felt. And I don't think that was really put on anyone, except that's just a very innate response when you're a fan of someone. Like, you want to feel connected. It's like the social media thing we're talking about. Like, they feel like they're drinking a beer with the guy. He's my homie, even though you've never met him.
Right.
Or maybe you have his autograph. But you know what I mean? Like, so you're trying to feel his feelings and what he's going through. So I think it's an innate response of the fan that we never took into account, which is why there are so many feelings about this.
Right. That makes sense.
And men aren't so much with the feelings, so they're really struggling.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Lashing out.
Yeah, exactly. Like we're just
Yeah. Well, this is all good, and this is a great parlay to the next segment, Pete, when we're going to have Joe Balog on, great friend of the show, and I can't wait to hear from Joe about his thoughts on exactly what we're talking about, on, you know, MLF, Bass, FLW. Can all these leagues survive? You know, what's going to happen to the sport? I can't wait to hear his insight because he's a really smart dude. He's been around. He's a smart dude when it comes to this. Listen to me. Hang in there. Great segment with Fletcher, but when we come back, we've got the one and only Joe Balog on from Bass Fan. He's going to be talking about the state of the sport, about Gerald and Brandon leaving, and, of course, talking a little bit about Fletcher's comment as well. Hang in there with us. When we come back, Joe Balog and more Ike Live.
Hi. Today we're going chest to chest in the Dr. Squatch lather test. On that half of Mike's impressive chest, we're rubbing him down with 3 name brand bars. The result? A sad, milky film of disappointment. How's that feel, Mike? You see, Big Soap cuts corners and strips out all the sudsy goodness in order to make production cheaper. But not Dr. Squatch. Don't worry, Mike. Dr. Squatch soap retains all the natural ingredients, which creates a rich, foamy lather, leaving your skin healthy, soft, and clean. Ooh, looks like Squatch is taking over this peck party. How do you feel now, Mike? Dr. Squatch Natural Soap. When we say it lathers, it f***ing lathers. You deserve glorious lather. Take the lather challenge for you.
Oh, I'm on. Yes, I'm in.
And then on the producer,
Get up here. That's a good bass. This spot's put out 3 times in a row. Brian, I'm on hotspot. Dude, this place is putting out. Just keep throwing the shaky head.
Yeah, all right. We got work to do, homie.
Oh, I'm on. Doubled up. 2 casts in a row.
Back.
This is a big one. Rip and drag.
It's goofing off over.
Another bluegill.
Riz, get to work!
Charles, did you get my email about that new potential sponsor?
Yeah, I got it. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
What was that all?
Yep.
Charles.
Sure did. Keep it. Yeah.
What are you doing?
I'm checking my email. Hello.
Why's the dude next to me got one? I can't catch one.
Mike! Mike, what's up? Let's go to the gym! Mike! Michael!
Four 4.5-inch drop shot worm, Bama bug. Finesse jig, PB&J, give me something hard. Hey, KVD here. Now, I didn't always know this much about fishing. 4-aught EWG worm hook. In fact, there was a time when I couldn't tell the difference between a jerkbait and a stickbait. But then I signed up for Mystery Tackle Box, the original monthly tackle subscription. And now I know more about fishing than I do about calculus.
And he knows a lot about calculus.
Plus, I get amazing extras like free fishing magazines. October 2016. Featured article, 4 places to throw a frog. Exclusive decals. Zombie bass. And how-to videos for all the great baits I receive. How to tune a crankbait. Is that underwater footage I smell?
I got goosebumps.
So if you're looking to develop enhanced fishing abilities like me, or you just like getting new tackle every month, go to MysteryTackleBox.com and get your box today. Ooh, live minnows. Is it lunchtime already? Nature's candy. Oh. Is he in my pocket?
I recommend putting a little bit of this on your soft plastics too. There he is. Another one. Next cast. And that would be number 6. I'm addicted. I'll admit it. I'm straight addicted.
Might be bigger.
You think so?
Yeah. Feels bigger. I haven't even seen this thing yet. It doesn't want to come up. Don't break me off the rocks.
Oh, it's a... Oh!
27-incher.
He caught it.
28.
Oh my god, that's such a healthy fish. Look at the size. Put a little liquid mayhem on your crappie jig, and look where the stripers get it.
You can't even see it, man.
That might be a keeper.
Hey, everybody. Welcome back to Ike Live. I hope you're having a wonderful Sunday. I know we are. Pete, good show so far. Great
interview.
Great interview. You know, we've had some guests on over the years where there was a bit of controversy tied into it.
Mm-hmm.
And this is one of the hotter ones we've had. But I felt like Fletcher handled himself well,
Mm-hmm.
and he answered a lot of the questions that people wanted to know about, and we go on with it, you know?
He was bold and not only saying what he said, but coming on to defend it and talk about it.
Yes.
You know, applaud him for, being, brave enough to do that and handling it well.
Yeah, it's hard to do that. And that's one of the things, you got to admit this, Brian DeCarpenter and Ridge, you got to admit this. He made that post, and he never took it down, right? Never took the post down.
Right, this is true.
He
did leave them up.
He didn't delete, he didn't mass delete comments. He stuck to his ground. You got to give him credit for that.
No, absolutely. And you know what? Like I said, I didn't like the post. I didn't agree with the post, but that's his opinion.
Yeah.
He stuck by it, and I think he did a decent job of clarifying it because it was a cryptic post, and it is what it is. We all said our piece, and let us move on.
You know what I like about BTC?
Yes.
Yeah.
He is the ultimate defender of the Ike Live brands and the Bash University
I like
brands
that,
out on
yeah.
social media.
I like that, too.
He does not let anybody get away with any negativity.
No, very
on
Jay
us.
Spiegel in his opinions.
Yes.
Well,
I like
mean,
that.
He's a shark.
I got a low tolerance for stupid. I'll just be honest. If they're right,
That's
about
really
it,
true.
If they're right about it, they're right about it. But if it's just a flawed opinion, I'm going to express where I see their flaws, and we'll see if we can work it out.
Yeah.
I appreciate you.
Yeah. That's the way it
I
should
appreciate
be.
you.
That's the way it should be. Listen to me. If you're watching right now and you're still over there on Facebook Live, like and share the post. If you like and share the post, we're going to enter you in a contest that we're going to announce in our third segment. You're going to win one of these amazing Ike Live gift bags. Perfect time to win this thing right around the holidays. It's loaded with Ike Live sponsor products, everything from Liquid Mayhem to Dr. Squatch, Primal Alert Foods, Flambeau, Founders, Hobie. There's a Hobie in there, I think, somewhere. MTB. It's all in there. So if you're at Facebook, like and share the post.
And coming soon, Bass University, 3 months
Yeah,
subscription.
Bass University.
What?
Might be in there as well.
$50 value in itself.
Yes. Let me also remind you, you see a lot of Ike Live hats tonight. If you're interested, Ike Live hat would make a great holiday gift. I'd love to have that thing in your stocking. You can go to MikeIaconelli.com shop and get the Ike Live hats right now. Actually, they're available on IkeLive.com as well. If you want to get the hats.
And Peter,
Yeah,
Bass
Pete, you got
University?
a little Bash University.
Bash University Cyber Week ends tomorrow night, guys. It's the biggest sale that we ever have going on right now. Annual subscribers, $99 for the year. It ends tomorrow night. So many people have signed up, and just want to welcome everybody to be part of the program. I know you're going to love it. Let us know. We have the forum. You can talk to us. You can talk to us on social, but we know you're going to love it. But check it out. It ends tomorrow night, midnight Pacific time. Go to bashu.tv.
It's actually a really good deal, dude. That's less than $10.
And it's so worth it.
That's less than $10 a month.
Yeah.
Dude, think about that. That's like 2 bags of Senkos, dude.
Yeah. Anybody who's watching this podcast or listening to this podcast right now, you got to check out Bashu. It will absolutely make you a better fisherman. Just take 10 minutes of your time, whether it's 10 minutes, a half hour, 45 minutes, and replace some of that TV time and sit down and learn something from the best anglers in the world. You're going to learn from guys like Ike and KVD and Gerald Swindle and Greg Hackney and Brandon Polinick. And, it's going to help you catch more bass. So check it out.
Check it out. Now, speaking of learning, Pete, I love BU and I love what we do at BU. But our next guest, Brian DeCarpenter, I couldn't think of a better a teacher of fishing.
Also a BASU instructor.
Also a BU instructor than Joe Balog. Dude, Joe, as a communicator of fishing, and especially techniques, and now a little bit later in his career, other stuff, but a communicator in the sport, he's one of the best, dude. He's always been. For years and years, he's been one of the best.
He delivers the message extremely well. He
still gets compliments on some of the stuff that he did for us, in particular with smallmouth. And he's an amazing communicator. which is why we saw his article on Bass Fan, and we're really excited to talk to him tonight.
Big time, big time. All right, joining us right now, and I think Brian's got him dialed up on Skype. Once again on the show. Okay, remember, it's been a while since Joe's been on, but we've got him here again tonight. The one and only Joe Balog, everybody on Ike Live tonight. Joe.
How do I look?
You look awesome, man. Very handsome.
I got to say, my Skyping is not at its peak performance.
That's okay. Ours isn't either. How you doing, Joe?
I'm doing great. Good to see you guys again. I love your show. You know, I love anything. I'm a bass junkie from way back, but I've always been fans of both your careers, and everything that you've put together has been really cool. It's great to be involved again. I just love it.
I appreciate it. Now, I here's the big question. A lot of our fans and listeners know you, and they follow your stuff. Of course, they follow your blogs on Bass Fan, and they've got the same question I have. How has the move been? You're a Lake Erie guy. You're a smallmouth guy. It's in your blood. And now you're in the state of Florida. How's things going down in Florida?
Oh, it's wonderful. You know, it wasn't by accident that we came to Florida. I've always I've made fishing a career one way or another for 25 years, and the relocation actually helped me. It was tough getting away from, you know, some of my involvement with the Great Lakes fishing scene and really kind of expanding, doing more saltwater stuff and bass stuff, but some of my biggest memories, fondest memories of bass fishing were coming to Central Florida and bass fishing with my dad when I was 10, 12, 14 years old. And you know, everything goes around, comes around. My dad's coming tomorrow night to bass fish with me on some of those same lakes. You know, so it's been a real completion to a lot of my fishing life. And I still get chills when I go to some of these places, you know, thinking about catching the biggest fish in the world. So. So I just love Florida. You know, I kind of, fishing up north kind of ran its course. There's no place like Lake St. Clair and Lake Erie for smallmouth. I mean, that's always the way it's been and always the way it will be. But there's also few places that are as hard on you. So so it's nice to fish out of a little aluminum boat and and stay in calm water.
Yeah, and it's great. It's great that you're getting a chance to fish with your dad. Like I got a chance to fish with my Uncle Don about 3-4 weeks ago in a tournament on the Delaware River. And, you know, exactly what you said. Talk about coming full circle. You know, it's the place, the Schuylkill River, Delaware River. That's where he took me when I was a kid, bank fishing. You know, and all these years later, getting to fish a tournament with him in a bass boat and watching him catch 3-pounders. It's so cool. It's special to see that happen, you know?
Yeah, you know, and that's one thing I think part of, you know, writing is just a small portion of what I do, and but it's a real reflective, you know, way of doing things and part of my job. So maybe it's just my life, but I've had a lot of time where I spend a lot of time thinking about, you know, what's important in life and what fishing really means to me. And the older you get, the more you start to realize that it really means time with other people. It means, you know, accomplishments that you share with other people. I've had some incredible days in the boat with my wife. That's just been fantastic. But fishing with my dad, I mean, it's really, you know, like any other father-son relationship, it's been back and forth. But now that we're both older and more mature, we appreciate certain things, and we're making a commitment to do it more. Yeah. So he comes down here every couple of months to fish with me. So I'm taking it while I can.
Wow, that's awesome. All right, now I asked Fletcher the same question. He made the move from Ohio to Guntersville. I got to ask you the same question. Give me one thing you miss about living up north, and give me one thing you don't miss about living up north.
Okay, don't miss first. I don't miss anything to do with pleasure boats or jobbing nooner or the air show or anything that happens on Lake St. Clair or the western basin of Lake Erie that involves every other boat in the world but fishermen.
Wow. I can relate to that.
I thought about that for 20 years. The thing I miss probably the most, it has to be duck hunting. You know, there's nothing like duck hunting on the Great Lakes area. And I used to hunt on Clair Flats and went up there this fall to hunt with my buddies. You know, and we had a blast. So I probably miss duck hunting the most.
What have you thought about shooting coots down in Florida?
No, and there is some duck hunting in Florida, but it's just one of those things, until you're somewhere where it's raining and freezing and driving rain and there's ice on the dog and the mallards are pouring in, you haven't duck hunted.
Yeah,
so
it's a different flyway
that's
too.
a whole different deal. So that's what I like anyway. It depends where you're brought up and where you start things. That's where you always think best.
Yeah. Well, I got to tell you, I want to jump into it. Your last article on Bass Fan, I thought it was awesome. It was a great read. By the way, and I'm not just puffing you up, I go to, I have this normal thing. Pete and I both have this normal, 3 or 4 web stop that we make every morning, and it's like you wake up, you pour the coffee, and you make these 3 or 4 same stops. Mine is like Bass Fan, Bassmaster.com, Major League Fishing, Wired to Fish. I make my same little stops, and I really, really, really look forward to reading your stuff all the time. So thank you for that. But I thought your last article was a great break, from the turbidity of
Is that a word?
Yes, turbidity.
Nice one.
Thank you. Of what's been going on lately in the world of fishing, especially from the social media standpoint. Obviously, we had Fletcher on right before you, and we really tried to flush out some of that stuff. But in a greater sense, the last 6 months, 8 months, the whole sport has been in a fucking mess. So I really loved it because it took a nice broad view of what was going on. After you wrote that article, have you gotten comments about it? Or are we the only ones that loved it, or have you gotten good response from that article?
Not anything extraordinary. We get a lot of feedback on Bass Fan from some of the stuff I write. And while I do occasionally stir the pot, I try and look and be somewhat objective and try and look at fishing and professional bass fishing kind of with an impartial view and kind of take a step back, because you have to understand is that I'm kind of involved in fishing in a very unique way, in that I've been involved long enough now where, I don't want to say that I've got it all figured out or anything, but like any business, things come and go, and if you work hard at things and you put your time in, everything's going to work out in the end.
Yeah.
So I don't spend a tremendous amount of time worrying about what people think about what I write. I especially don't really spend hardly any time at all worrying about whether it's going to get me in trouble. A lot of your viewers and a lot of people in the fishing industry will recognize the fact that the main outlet that I write for with Bass Fan shares ownership with Major League Fishing. And there has been a lot of stuff that I've written and I've submitted to Bass Fan where they've said, we got to look at this a little bit differently, or kind of maybe adjust a few things before we can print it. And it's never because they say, oh, you're making Major League Fishing look bad. Right. It's always because I don't write things that are based on someone else's hearsay or someone else's opinion. I write my opinions based on what I feel are facts,
right,
or based on what I feel, the way I feel in the morning. If I like pepperoni on my pizza that day, I'm going to write it. And you know what? I don't care what you say. If you like, do or don't like it. So I try and keep things fair, and what I think that I can do is I can kind of judge all three of these, because meaning the 3 fishing leagues, because I kind of have seen the inside of a lot of them. I've competed at a pretty high level. While I was never an elite fisherman, I was an accomplished fisherman at the AAA level, let's say. I've got good friends that have competed for their whole life, at the highest level. I'm involved in the industry. My company, Millennium Promotions, is very involved in the sponsorship and the professional fishing side of things, and we manage some of that for companies. And I do media work. So, I've been in the boat in the Bassmaster Classic with guys like you guys, and with Gerald Swindle just a few years ago. So I kind of see all sides of this. And while things have been getting blown out of proportion, I think it's fair that everybody's got their own thing that they're doing, and everybody's been successful at certain things, and everybody does something a little bit better than everybody else, and nobody necessarily is right.
Right.
And maybe I'm kind of going on a tangent here, and I'm you have to redirect me probably to the question, but the whole thing about whether or not we get feedback and whether or not people, are blowing me up as far as things, all right, not any more than usual, but there's something that comes every week that somebody's mad about it, something I write.
You kind of answered this, but I'm surprised that, and I applaud Bass Fan for doing it, for letting, because you said some things that were really pro Bassmasters in your recent article, and I'm surprised, I'm surprised that they just let that go.
Yeah, it's crazy because if you ask, this is right out of the gate. If you ask the tournament people, whether it's the magazine people or the tournament officials or the sponsorship, if you ask them, almost every one of the organizations thinks that I'm unfair to them. Everyone. Every one of those organizations really walks around with a chip on their shoulder about me, and I purposely try to praise all of them when I feel praise is due. So I can't win. So I try and be, somewhat straight about the whole deal, but that's just how it is. And when I see things that I think are working, I try and make note of that. Major League Fishing's a really, and the Bass Pro Tour is a really good example this year. It's given me a lot more to write about, which is great. But there was a couple things that when they came charging out of the gate, that they've already made adjustments and they're already starting to change. And I think that one of the things that they're doing differently compared to some of the more established tournament trails in the past is they're recognizing some things that are wrong, or maybe the way the fan base is directing them, and they're willing to change, or it seems to be they're willing to change. They're hyped like anybody else, but the whole thing is dynamic, and the people, I don't personally know the people that run the tournament trail or the masterminds behind that, but I know they're smart, and I know that they're good at business, because any business, especially in the building phase, you have to be dynamic in that state to really, appeal to your customer base or whatever it is you're trying to. And they're making changes as they go along, and that's really a good thing. But we're seeing that with everybody now. Everybody's changing now. Was it an effect of the Bass Pro Tour coming out? A good part of it, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Did the sport need it? Possibly. But it's easy, on your previous segment with Fletcher, which I thought he did a great job. I got to say, when he came on, I thought, man, this kid's dead. He was a lot more. He spoke a lot better than I thought he would. He got himself in a hole, it appears. That's what social media do for you. It's more negative than positive. I can tell you that. And you got to kind of take a step back, and you got to think about things before you print them. But probably not to be drawn out on that whole subject, what a lot of people, fans especially, don't realize is that it doesn't matter which tournament trail you fish or whatever it is that you're doing in the fishing industry. It's a very, very difficult job. And every guy that fishes any one of those three major professional fishing tours has made sacrifices above and beyond what 99% of America will ever make for their job. These guys live and breathe fishing more than what most people will ever understand, to the point where it consumes them and they're obsessed with it, and it runs their lives, and it runs the lives of their spouses and their children and their parents. And it does all that because unless they're that dedicated, they can't make a living. Because for every professional bass fisherman there is out there, there's 100 people trying to get his job every day when he wakes up. And it doesn't matter what you do. So to do that, you have to be 100% workaholic, all in. And all those guys have made huge sacrifices. The guys that left for the Bass Pro Tour, the guys that stayed, everybody is doing something that most people will never understand. So before you go out and say, hey, this guy shouldn't have said that, or, oh, he's, got this or that, and all these things, and you're sure how it is, call them on Christmas Eve when they're, working on making jig skirts, or they're changing treble hooks out on their crankbaits. That's what the life of a Bass Pro is. It's not all the sugarcoating things. It's missing graduations. It's missing your buddy's wedding. It's all that stuff because you're so dedicated to your job. So it's really easy for people to point fingers. Most people have no idea what it's like to be a professional bass fisherman.
It's tough, and I think that's true too, Joe, with a lot of other sports as well, right? You get that in football and baseball and hockey. It's so easy to sit back from afar and say,
they got the greatest job in the world.
You got the greatest job in the world. You're a bum.
And it can be.
I mean, so easy to say that from afar. But
I listen to my idiot friends do that every time the Eagles are on every single Sunday.
Yeah, exactly.
Every single one of them bums is laying on their couch drinking Miller Lite. Trash talking the Eagles receivers.
It's very easy to do that. I do want to jump in a little bit, and since we just had Fletcher on, I do want to reflect on what he said and get your thoughts on it. I mean, obviously Fletcher is sticking with his, he's sticking by his feelings, which were, here's two guys that left their commitment, right? You had 80 guys that signed and said, look, we want something better for the sport. We're leaving to create something better for us, for our kids. And then you have two guys that say, you know what, I'm breaking that commitment, I'm leaving. I want to get your feeling on that because, the other side to that is Gerald and Brandon left for a lot. I mean, they didn't just leave. They left for reasons. And, when I listened to Mark Jeffries and I listened to Luke Duncan, they literally listed them out like it was an outline, right? You hear Gerald saying, I miss the crowds. I miss the crowd interaction. You heard Gerald saying, I miss the launches. I miss that feeling of, having my boat number called and rushing to the spot. You heard, Brandon say, I missed weighing fish. I missed putting fish in my live well. You heard Brandon say, I missed the exposure I received from other forms, whether it's print or social. So they had a reason as well. And again, not that anybody's right or wrong, but what are your thoughts on Brandon and Gerald leaving?
Well, I mean, first off, I think that it's important, a lot of the stuff that I write or that my column covers are really conversations that, at least in my world, seem to be happening on a regular basis, but we don't ever see reported in the media. Early on with the Bass Pro Tour, there was, I think, a general understanding of most of the fan base that a lot of the people that left made a very big mistake.
Right.
Any, sensible person can tell you that the biggest media company in professional bass fishing, the owner of the biggest name in professional bass fishing, the biggest tournament trail, the whole bit, all belongs to Bassmaster. They had a dozen or so people, tournament competitors, who seemed to command a lot of the media attention and got a lot of the media attention, those two guys fitting in that mold. And they went and left that.
Yeah.
Was it a good move for some of the guys? This is all just the back and forth banner of the fan. Was it a good move for some of the guys who maybe were later in their careers, who competitively weren't there, who saw some lack in sponsorship? Yeah, Bass Pro Tour seems like a really good idea for those guys. Was it a good idea for a guy that's 2 or 3 years in, 5 years in, that's one angler of the year, that's a well-spoken guy with the biggest sponsors in fishing, who literally drives all the media attention or a good portion of the media attention in the tournament organizations? I don't see that being a good move.
Right.
But the idea and the belief that this unity existed, again, that's not something that I could ever really comment on. I could tell you what I think about it, but I'm not one of the 80 guys. I'm not there at the meetings. Who am I to say what goes on with all this? But the idea and what we're being led to believe is that there was a unity among people, almost like going out on strike from your employer because you want to see your workplace changed, and you're supposed to go out and you're supposed to stay out for 3 years. I'm a big believer in stuff like that. A guy's got his word. A guy's got to be able to be able to put in his time with everybody else. Was it a bad business decision for them to leave? Is it a great business decision for them to come back? Absolutely. In my last column, I pointed out they will command incredible amounts of media attention from Bass. Was it probably not a good thing to do as far as, it also goes back, I'm talking myself in circles, but sometimes you got to do what's best for you, and you got to do what's best for your family.
Yeah.
And if that means that you're going to be able to have a better lifestyle and you're going to be able to put your kids through college and you're going to be able to provide for your family because you got to, put your tail between your legs and go back, that's up to you. I can't make that decision or really even comment on it. I know it would be tough for me to do.
Yeah. It's interesting. You see both sides of it, and I do too. Like you said, you talk yourself in circles when you look at this. I mean, it's a tough call all the way around. But Brandon and Gerald coming back to Bass is, man, that's going to be a tremendous homecoming. There's going to be, like you said, a ton of exposure, a ton of excitement, a lot of stuff. Let me ask you this, and you might be able to answer this too, Mike. Do you think some of the guys, the anglers over on the elites, are going to be like, oh, this is no good, this is crap?
Oh, well, that's that's already happened.
Is that right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there are and again, I don't think I'm speaking out of term here. There were definitely guys from current elite anglers that did not want their return, but at the end of the day, this was a decision. This was a business decision for Bass, right?
Yeah, I can see that. It's like Bob Soley showing up at the canal. It's like, damn.
I mean, there were definitely anglers, and I would never name any names, but there were high-level elite anglers that did not want Brandon and Gerald returning, for sure. So.
But didn't I may have misheard, but did the anglers, they voted? I thought I heard that correctly, that the Bass gave the anglers the opportunity to vote on whether or not they were going to allow this. Is that true?
I don't know the answer to that.
I don't know. I haven't heard that either.
Sounds like bullshit, Pete.
Yeah. I don't know the answer to that. I don't know the answer to that. But I was going to say, and I said this in the Fletcher interview, let me remind everyone watching that when those guys left Bass, and I'm one of them included, the main reason we left, and Joe, you mentioned it, was to try to cause a change, a change in the current environment, And so, is this any different than why we left? If Bass went and let Brandon and Gerald back without angler influence, is it any different than when we left? And that's the reason we left, because we wanted to say.
Right.
So is this any different? Are they gone back to the same thing? That's the question. The question. I mean, the whole movement happened to make the sport better for the anglers. And so I don't know.
I think one thing too. I think it's important to point out. And the first thing I thought of when I read about that, the last several years, again, it's like fans of fishing and the fan base looking at this. The last several years, we've been told that you're going to have to qualify. There's no more free tickets. You're going to have to do this shit. It's going to get really hard to be a professional bass fisherman.
Yeah.
Then while those guys came back through an exemption that was a Legends exemption or something like that, which I'm all for. You win Angler of the Year, you win the Classic. You could fish bass forever the way I look at it, but whatever. But I'm not a competitor. But then also the fact that Major League Fishing then immediately took Thrift and Dudley in, I think like you guys have kind of talked about earlier in the show, you're going to see more people switching tours. I mean, this is, in my opinion, these will not be the only two people that'll do this.
Right.
And as that happens, I think all the major professional fishing tours are going to have to really either stick to their guns or just go back and call themselves invitationals again or whatever, where anybody gets in that they want.
Right.
Because you can't just that doesn't do well for a guy that's 23 years old and has fished 2 or 3 years on the opens, and he can't qualify for the elites because they only take 5 people out of, and I don't know the exact number, but it's very difficult to qualify for the elites out of the, or for major professional fishing tours out of the AAA stuff or whatever it may be. And he's putting in all his money and he's driving all across the country to win $1,200. And he's costing himself more money every year to fish those AAA leagues than even what they pay. And then Gerald Swindle comes strolling in, and everybody hugs him and says, "Jump on in, man, you're in." So I don't, they're going to have to, while they can do that to some degree, they are going to really have to start watching how they're doing that because it's just not going to go over well.
Yeah, it's almost like the opposite. It's almost like Major League Fishing was created to create more of a professional standard in the sport.
but maybe it's created less, because now, guys are just being invited off a whim instead of qualifications.
Well, you also have to give them a bit of a pass, right? Because they're just starting.
Right.
They've got to establish the criteria. They've got to get some history. They're in flux right now. They're learning their business model and figuring things out. So you've got to do that. But I think BTC and Riz said something earlier that is important. Like, I think a lot of the anglers have to figure out where they can excel. Like for me, I'm amazing at catching fish 5 pounds and up. So I don't know that I'd survive in the MLF, but you know what I mean. Like
catfish.
There's certain guys that tog
carp.
There's certain guys that are better at big fish and better at numbers.
Yeah.
And you're going to have some guys, I think, over at the MLF that just have had horrible years and are not excelling over there.
Yeah.
And they excel in that 5 fish limit. And you're going to have bass guys that can switch. So I think you're going to find the anglers fluxing. But I like your point. You said it a couple shows ago that MLF's doing something special in that they have a product that's completely different.
It's different. And it's different. And they should stick
and
with it.
And they should celebrate that.
And they should celebrate that, and they should stick with it. It scares me to death that MLF is going to conform back to what the other circuit is. The strength of MLF is that it's different. Right. Celebrate that,
Right. But don't you think there's certain minor adjustments that they can make?
Oh, they can make minor adjustments. Definitely.
I don't think that the format that they have right now is there's no climactic finish. When Edwin Evers won, what was that thing called?
Red Breast Crest.
Yeah, South Jersey Winter League.
Yeah, when he won the Red Crest, it's like there's no climactic finish to that. So there's things I like about it. I just think it needs to evolve somewhat.
Right.
Yet.
Yeah.
To be right.
Yeah. That's a good point. That's a good point.
That's my opinion.
Let me remind everybody, if you're watching or listening right now, if you've got a question or a comment for Joe, hit us up on the IM. Riz will put them through. Joe, let me ask you straight up. We're talking about BASS, MLF, FLW. MLF, FLW, sort of one and the same now. Is there room for 2 circuits? Because Brian the Carpenter mentioned earlier, he thinks there is. He wants to see 2 separate circuits. But for this sport to peak, for this sport to get to a level of other major professional sports, is there enough room for 2 different leagues, 2 different circuits?
I would think so. I was surprised when FLW, Bass, Major League Fishing, when they were all going head to head, how easy it was for everybody to fill their fields. Because I thought there's only so many people in the world or in the United States that could actually afford and would have the time and the money to actually fish professionally. But it appears there's a lot of people out there that could. We always use the old analogy to get to the level of other professional sports. I don't know that bass fishing is ever going to get to the level of another sport. I'm not going to be the one that says it's not going to. Right. But I don't ever see it being it's never going to be a football, basketball level stuff. Right. I don't even really see it truthfully being like a professional golf. I think one of the things that maybe even holds it back is the fact that it's fishing. And I think that's hard for people to relate to, because no matter how much pro bass shoves it down everybody's throat, people still think that there's some chance and luck involved in that. Right. But anyway, I think there's enough room. I think that Major League Fishing sometimes has a little trouble with their formatting being easy to follow for fans.
Yeah.
I think that's something they'll work out. Again, everybody says it, or a lot of people say it. If they don't, it needs to be said again. It's amazing how far Major League Fishing has come and the Bass Pro Tour has come in the amount of time it's been on. I mean, in existence. I never would have guessed in a million years that a year ago the Bass Pro Tour would have got a full season off. I would have bet the farm.
Right.
But they did, and they excelled at it, and they paid all the money, and they announced newer, bigger, better things. And every time I turn on any kind of bass fishing news, I see that they're doing something else. So, they're standing, they're putting their money where their mouth is.
Yeah.
I think in time, I think there's room for 2 tours as long as they get the competitors. I don't see what difference it makes. I think there's plenty of room, and I personally like looking at a prediction. Years from now, I don't think the models that we see right now will still be the way they are. I don't think Major League Fishing will continue in the format that it's in. I think it will continue as a business and as a major tournament trail, and maybe the biggest. But I don't think it'll run the format that it runs right now, because I just don't think in the long run that's going to be accepted by the fans.
Gotcha.
But I don't know. Nothing against them. They keep trying different stuff, and their product's cool. They got a really cool television show. So see.
Yeah. All right, Riz, what do we got coming through the IMs for Joe?
A lot of people want to know, Mike, and this may be something that you can't answer on the show, but maybe you can. Do you have a legacy chip for bass?
The invitation?
The chip to get back into the elite.
Oh, I do. Yeah. I do have a chip.
A chip?
I have a chip. I have a chip
in classic and an AOI.
Yeah, I'm holding a chip in my pocket right now. Burning a hole in my pocket.
And what's going to happen when the MLF what's your opinion, everybody, the panel's opinion, on how the MLF decision to somewhat go back to the 5-fish format in the MLF FLW, how is that going to affect them moving forward?
I don't know. That's a good question. I mean, they're obviously they're attempting. They announced this new tournament, the heavy hitters, and they're going to attempt their version of a 5-fish.
Is that what that is? Can you explain that? I didn't.
I'd be lying if I told you exactly, but it's an event where throughout the first, I want to say it's like 4 qualifiers.
I thought it was the first 2 events.
No, it's a little more than 2. It's the first.
I think it's 5.
I thought it was 5. Yeah, 4 or 5 events. The anglers that catch the biggest fish in those events, I think it's the top 30, will qualify for a heavy hitters event where it goes to a more traditional big fish style event for this heavy hitters. So it's a cool event because it's a bonus event for us.
Okay.
And it's Major League Fishing's way of testing a new format.
And the importance
of
big fish.
So I guess the success of that event will dictate maybe what they do in the future,
Right?
Yeah.
To offer, just an observation, it confuses, I think, the consumer to a certain extent.
Yeah.
But we're just looking at it for the first time. Like I read through it and I was trying to follow it, but that's one of the criticisms that we see from those guys over there is that some of their point system and the qualification systems are a little bit challenging to follow, and I hope to me, on the outside looking in, it seems like it's adding a little bit more clouds to the water with this process.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Well, I think it's cool to try new things until you figure it out. Mm-hmm. I look at this show. Yeah. It took us 2 years to figure it out, and we're still trying new shit.
We better keep trying.
We still know we're doing.
Still trying.
We're still trying. All right, Joe. Let me just hit you with this one. I'm going to go out on a limb and just straight up ask you this. We asked Fletcher, and he agreed. We asked Fletcher. We said, will there be more anglers that defect within the next year or 2? And Fletcher said yes. And he asked the question back to me, and I said yes. It's going to happen. Let me ask you, who are the next 2 anglers to leave Major League Fishing to go to bass?
I can't pick out 2 people and name.
Come on, Joe. This is Ike Live. You can't lie.
That would just, I might as well hang myself on that.
No, come on.
I could tell you a couple people I think should, but that wouldn't be very nice either. I think there will be more. I'm not going to give you names. I wouldn't know, I would think some of the younger guys, without giving you exact names, I would think to look back at young guys that did really, really good the last 2 or 3 years that maybe won Angler of the Year that didn't do super great this year and you don't see much media from.
That's a good answer.
Justin Lucas.
He didn't say that. Joe didn't say that. He just.
I would say those would be the guys that should really take a long, hard look at it.
All right.
Justin Lucases.
But again, you guys got to remember what I started with. I'm not one of those guys. That's a really tough, long road, and I'm not going to point fingers at them. Whatever works for them works for them.
Well, if you're going to work for Ike Live, we're going to need you to start pointing fingers.
Well, what you won't get me doing is posting stuff on Facebook that talks bad about people.
All right, let's. All right, Brian the Carpenter, give me a zoom on this one. Since this game failed miserably,
that game was the worst thing I've ever
seen.
It was the
worst. It failed miserably. Since it failed miserably with Fletcher, we're going to try it with Joe. Okay, Joe, who is Bass and who's Major League Fishing? Luke Skywalker or Darth Vader?
Darth Vader is definitely Major League Fishing.
Yeah! Okay, see, the game's working with Joe. Let's go to the next one. It's working. Okay, next one, Joe, is this. Who's Bass, who's MLF? Lamborghini or Smart Car?
I'd say Lamborghini's Major League Fishing.
Oh.
Yeah, they got all the money.
They get all the money. They're hot.
Oh, yeah, they do, and they're flashy, and they can kind of do whatever they want, it seems. And Bass is kind of conservative, a little bit more conservative, the way that they're handling their business model. Like,
yes, but who's smarter in the long run? Is the Lambo or the Smart Car?
They ain't been the same.
Depends if you want to die young or grow old with a bunch of money.
That's right. All right, next one.
Well, it's too late for me to die young.
We've got lion or chihuahua. Lion or Chihuahua?
I'd have to say that the lion is Bass.
Yeah.
Oh, mighty lion.
You know, people have to remember, too, when it comes to this whole industry and stuff, is that regardless of what you read, you know, Bassmaster really controls a lot of the industry in a huge amount of the media. They're a very, very good business that's well established, and you know, they're a tough nut to crack. I mean, they're not going anywhere. So
yeah,
they've done a great job this year bouncing back. They're sticking to their game.
Yeah.
Yes, they did.
I think they did a good job. All right, last two. We've got Megalodon shark, now extinct, or the common fathead minnow.
Oh, God.
Fathead minnow?
Yeah, fathead minnow.
Yeah, fathead.
Now remember, not great white shark, Megalodon shark. That's extinct.
You put the extinction thing in there on purpose. Like a trap. Fishing the shark.
You don't have to answer.
All right, we'll pass. We'll do a pass for that one.
It's a bit extreme.
That's the pass. And we're going for the grand finale. You do have to answer this one. Last but not least, drum roll, Brian the Carpenter. David or Goliath?
I can't believe I'm playing this game, really.
It's a god-awful game.
First segment, and the fact that I'm now doing it. Well, you have to say that Goliath is Bass and that David is Major League Fishing. You have to say that.
Wow.
Wow.
There you go.
I can see that one.
I mean, it doesn't fit any.
I think all correct. Maybe.
I don't know. Lamborghini was a tough question.
It was a tough one.
Those were Joe's opinions. And,
Yes, that's correct.
And I like it.
I like it too.
You know, one other thing too, guys, that I always think about whenever we think about the professional bass fishing industry and the way that everything is and how it's changing and all the evolution recently, it really does show you the genius behind the people that really started the whole thing. You know, and Ray Scott's really credited with that. The fact that, you know, whether it was just him or some people early on, that they can lay all this out and draw the basic blueprint for this, and then 50 some years later, it's basically the same. And now there's this big battle to try and, you know, change it and do all these different things. I think a lot of what really, from what I'm seeing from my standpoint, what the big change was and the big problem is that, you know, the anglers didn't have a say. I don't know. You guys would know better than me. Mike, you would know. Does it really matter if you fish for 5 fish or if you fish for 50 fish? Does it really matter if you know, all the different things? What really matters is that the organization is run the way you want it to be run, that your voice is heard, that you can invest in your business and get a good return, and that you can grow your fan base.
Yeah.
The rest of it, I think, probably doesn't make a whole lot of difference.
Yeah.
But, you know, something needed to be done according to the anglers, so they did it. But it just, I think back and I think that there was literally people in place 50 years ago that said, let's try this thing where we all go out and catch bass, and we're going to have a limit, and we're going to add them up and weight, and we're going to do it. And it's like the same thing. And here we are, and that worked. It's crazy.
Well,
I mean,
it is the same sort of. If you remember those early ones,
they had on stringers.
They were weighing in fish in coffee cans. You know,
That's awesome.
They were weighing an 8-inch bass and
Yeah.
unlimited.
Well, I mean, they
limits.
had 15 fish limits too early on, and that got changed. And then they went, and there was all these adaptations. But the whole thing about, like guys fishing on the lake, and somebody said, I can catch more than you. And they said, prove it.
Yeah.
And then here we are 50 years later, and it's almost the same thing.
Yeah.
It really speaks to the sport being, right off the bat, really being pretty cool.
Pretty awesome.
That's pretty amazing.
We love that part.
Yeah. That's pretty amazing.
Yeah.
That's pretty amazing. All right, Joe, we're going to let you go here in a second, but I do have to ask you this one last big question, and it's something I actually thought about a lot myself, and I definitely want to get your opinion on it. I don't care what side you're taking, right now, what side you've taken already, whether you think Major League Fishing is the best thing to happen since sliced bread, or you think it's the devil, if you think bass is great, or you think bass is, the enemy, whatever your thoughts are. When we look back on what's happened in the last year, when we look back on this 15, 20 years from now, will this have been the single most important thing that's ever happened in tournament fishing to change the culture of fishing?
You mean Fletcher's comments? They were kind of petty.
No, I mean the movement, the decision of these 80 to go fish Major League Fishing. Even if it comes all back around and the guys all end up fishing back at Bass, will have it still been the best thing that's ever happened? Is it the most important thing that's ever happened?
I don't know, because what you just said there kind of makes it feel a little weighted, because if it goes away, then you'll look back at it like what was that league that they tried where the guys boat raced for half the time, and then what was that called? UW. What was it?
Pete fished that. Did you fish that?
No, and I was around at that time, but
that was right on the front side of when I got involved.
Was that it? Championship fishing?
Yeah.
Okay, so for people that don't know, they actually had a thing where Bass put together, but where the big pros, the Mark Davises and Dean Rojas's and all this, they would go out and fish for half the time, and the other half there was an obstacle course where you raced boats.
They were racing, yeah.
And they said, this is going to be our way into like NASCAR. This is how we're going to do this. We're going to do the boat racing because bass boats are so cool and fast, and we're going to put it in with tournaments, and it flopped miserably.
Yeah.
So, this obviously will never be viewed like that, but there were some pretty big things that happened to the sport. When they first started doing like indoor weigh-ins, that was a really big thing. The formation of FLW in the late 90s, 96, 97, and all that, FLW really did completely change the sport when they started that, big money, big payouts, giant pay-ins, that stuff.
Yeah.
So I think this will obviously be up there at least with FLW's formation. How it'll be in years to come, whether it'll be viewed as the biggest thing, I kind of hope it's not, because I hope that there's every 10 years or something, some big shakeup that maybe gives our sport more media attention and more airplay and more involvement, because that's the best way to grow it. And really, the whole thing is, we have to continue to grow fishing. That's a big thing. So if young kids that are into a more aggressive, different kind of lifestyle thing, like guys like Fletcher and like things like Major League Fishing, I say go for it. Yeah. But that's the number one thing, is we have to keep people fishing and let people see that fishing is such a good outlet, and it's a really good family sport, and it's a really good thing to do. And I think we'll continue to see the evolution of bass. And I think years down the road, when we're done talking about this, I think Major League Fishing and Bassmaster will both still exist. So I think this could be the biggest thing ever in the sport.
I think you're right. And I like that, Joe, you hit on the point that we did at the end of the last segment, which is let's focus on growing the sport. Let's, you know what I mean? Let's keep our head. Let's focus on growing the sport, pushing it out to new people, getting kids involved. That's the most important.
I think it starts at the top.
Starts at the top.
I think it does. I think it starts with the Wizards hiding behind the Oz curtain, pulling the strings. I think that's where a lot of the divisive negativity between the two leagues starts, and it filters down to the fans.
Okay. Well, they're watching right now, Brian. So you want to just tell them directly?
Oh, I think I just did.
Okay. There you have it.
Stop being creepy.
Stop being creepy, guys.
Dirty old Wizards hiding behind your Oz curtain.
There you have it. Dirty old
Knock
Wizards.
it off.
Knock it off,
I
dirty
see
old
you.
wizards. I see you.
I see you.
I see you. Joe, can't thank you enough for coming on the show again. Listen to me. If you're watching right now, please go over and follow Joe's articles on Bass Fan.
Yes.
They're unbelievable. Please check them out. Joe, we appreciate you so much for coming on tonight.
I even throw an old-fashioned fishing story in there every now and then just to give everybody time to breathe. And I think I might make one this week with my dad, so that'll be really cool.
Awesome. Yeah, we'll look for that one.
This is the greatest thing. I just love doing stuff like this. I like when people listen to me, you know, and I don't have enough people listening to me. So thank you guys for listening to me and sharing my thoughts with your viewers. It's a great show. You do a great job, man. I got to hand it to you. IACONELLI, you got an empire. You are the man.
Thank you, man. We appreciate it. Joe Balog, everybody.
Joe.
All right. Joe. Thank you. It's awesome, man. I love it. Great insight. Great insight. And it's
I love how Joe, and we didn't even prompt it. He ended it the same way we ended the last segment, which is Brian the Carpenter.
Dirty old wizards.
Get your head out of your ass and concentrate on the positives. Grow the sport.
Yep.
Forget about all this other shit.
I think this needed to happen tonight, though, too.
This is a big
I know
show.
a lot of comments were like, "Oh, you know, you're promoting the controversy." No, well, maybe, but Fletcher needed the opportunity because to explain himself.
Absolutely.
And then there was a bigger reason behind that, and that was to talk about the fact that open up the conversation because again, the bigger point is, you know, let's stop being so divisive.
Yes.
Agreed.
And you know, and again, I believe that stuff starts at the top and works its way down to the fans, and you know.
Yep.
And on and on.
I agree. Man, what a show, Pete. A mega show. It's turned into a mega show. Yeah, Riz, what do you got?
I got one question that keeps coming up on the message board, and it's for you, Mike.
Yeah.
And Jerry from New Hampshire wants to know if you will use any of the old lures that you got in Uncle Don's most recent tackle box acquisition from the flea market. Will you use any of those on tour?
Yeah, so Jerry, let me tell you, that box was unbelievable. When he brought it over, it was like right on Thanksgiving. Dude, it was unbelievable. Like, he told me, he's like, you got to see this. And it was actually an old Flambeau. And it had 2 latches, dude, and I cracked it open. And it had 3 sides on either side that folded out. Yeah. And as I opened it, ask Beck, dude, you could smell. It smelled like old fishing stuff.
It was like the suitcase from Pulp Fiction. It's just gold.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it was like the light came out. But, dude, it was so cool to see that stuff in there. And there is stuff in there that I will never use that I want to leave in there that you'll probably see in a case up here. Some of the old, like, Lazy Ikes and old wooden lures, you know, like that stuff. But absolutely 100%, all those old wiggle warts, they're going in my box, dude.
Yeah.
All the old wiggle warts and maybe a few of those old Poes.
Is that box here at your house?
The box is here.
Okay, so
here.
next Sunday night we have a Bass University Live.
Yeah.
And we're going to be giving away this tackle box.
No, hell no, hell no.
To the 5th caller.
Hell no, hell no.
Can we look at some of this stuff?
Oh
on
yeah,
the show?
Let's bring it out. That'd be cool.
Mike
Yeah,
got
that's
so
what-
excited. He
Yeah.
took out his champagne glass.
What?
Wow.
You got so excited.
Oh, did I? Oh, that's right. I did. I got so excited. I knocked the glass over. Yeah, that's right.
Well, hey.
Yeah. What do you guys
That happens.
Yes. So I will use the wiggle warts on that. So thank you for that question. Brian Carpenter,
Yes,
it's been
let's do
a
it.
great show so far.
Yes.
Fletcher Shryock, Joe Balog with great insight into the sport. Listen, we're going to do one more commercial break. Brian, when we come back, the third and final segment, it's going to be a short one. We're going to do a mystery tackle box unboxing.
Yes.
We're going to take a few callers. We're going to give away this amazing Ike Live gift bag. And then we're going to call it a show, maybe like a 30-minute segment.
And
So-
we have that final interview that we recorded
and
from
we
on
have
Friday.
that, and we have a great interview we're going to exit with from Dimitri from the Fisherman's Fishing Planet.
Yep.
So hang in there with us. When we come back, one last segment.
Open
of
phone
Ike
lines,
Live.
baby. Let's hear
and
it.
open phone lines. Hang in there with us. We'll be right back.
Like, you good, man? You know we're doing a video right now, right? I'm about to go down there and tackle that dude. Hey! Hey there, fishing world. What's shaking, fat cat dude coming at you? Listen, let's talk about something very important. And I'm not talking about Jack and Jaws Ripping Lips 2455 and Big Belly Kelly out of a brush pile. I found Primal Urge Foods. Ladies and gentlemen, what Primal Urge Foods is, it is a monthly meat stick box month. Every month you get a box of meat sticks to your door. Retail is probably, I don't know, $30, $40, $14.95 a month. Now, you can pick many different varieties. You can pick a surprise box. You get a little bit of this, you get a little bit of that. You get some $24.55 and $5.04. No, we don't like antibiotics. No antibiotics! And these right here, completely eagle-free. Now, the gas stations meat sticks you buy probably have eagle in them. They have rhinoceros in them, but we are Americans. America! We're not eating bald eagles in our meat sticks. Guaranteed, none of these meat sticks have bald eagle in them. That is the #1 reason to buy these meat sticks. You want to get granddaddy a gift? Hey, you're dating a girl. Ooh, she fine as muscadine wine. And you want to warm up her hair. I'm getting excited talking about women. I forget what it's. Primal Urge, $14.95 a month. Monthly meat box subscription. It could be called a Bombs box of meat sticks. You just do like I do, and every month the box shows up, and I don't know what's going to be in it, but they're all delicious. The meat right there. That is, I tell you what, that's something good right there. It's girthy. It's Fat Cat Newton, Primal Urge Foods. Please, Ike Live is the code, guys. Ike Live. Ike Live is the code. Okay? Primal Urge Foods. Ike Live is the code. It gets you $5 off a box. Okay?
Hey everybody, Mike IACONELLI here. I love fishing this time of the year. It's cold, it's winter, it's snowing, but if you want to prevent the buildup of ice, use Real Snot. Every time I'm fishing this time of the year, I put a couple squirts on all my guides, especially the tip, before I start casting. Try that tip when you're fishing under these cold conditions, and you're going to catch more fish. See you later.
There's a special place in our hearts for the tools of the trade. They're what we prep for a good day on the water. They're what we clean after a good day in the field. Flambeau's patented Z-Rust technology protects the gear of today from rust and corrosion. Z-Rust, for the performance of tomorrow. Preserve, perform, repeat.
You work hard to catch your fish. TH Marine has 2 products to ensure your fish survive. The Oxygenator injects 100% pure oxygen into your live well. That increases fish survival by 35%. For the perfect combo, add G-Juice live well treatment. It calms fish, stops bleeding, removes ammonia, and replaces slime coat. Get an Oxygenator and G-Juice and keep your fish alive.
Dang Wednesday.
Hello.
Hey everybody, welcome back to Ike Live.
Ike Live.
I hope you're having a wonderful Sunday. I know we are. What a great show this has been. Unbelievable show. We're talking about the state of the sport, talking about the current situation in bass fishing. Of course, we had some great guests on as well. Fletcher Shryock joining us, and also Joe Balog. Great insight from two awesome people. Let me remind everybody, we have a gift giveaway going on here. It's the Ike Live gift bag. And if you're on Facebook still, is that possible? Is
yeah.
Facebook still
oh, yeah.
And
We're,
YouTube. All right.
We're hot.
It's not too late. If you're on Facebook,
like and
share that feed, and you got a chance to win the Ike Live gift bag loaded with great Ike Live sponsors, TH Marine, Dr. Squatch, Primal Urge Foods, Liquid Mayhem, Flambeau, Founders, Tackle Warehouse, Hobie, Real Snot, blah, blah, blah. List goes on and on. Brian the Carpenter, we're going to do a MTB unboxing here in a second. But before we do that, let me remind everybody, maybe you've given me a little, you want to give me a little close-up there?
Close-up. Oh.
Give me a little close-up. I want to remind everybody, of course, Founders Brew, one of the great sponsors of Ike Live, and our new thing is the beer of the night. And every Ike Live show, we're trying a new flavor from Founders. And tonight, Pete, is the Founders Civilized Brew IPA. And I got to tell you, this is a good one. It's a limited release. It's light. It's a lighter IPA.
It's bubbly.
It's bubbly. It's got a lot of bubbles. It's almost like a Chibania.
And they're stacking up over here.
It's good. I got a nice little stack going here. I like them.
Yeah, we're gonna kill that 15-pack tonight. Easily.
I think it's gone.
We might kill it.
Right. I think that might have been the last one.
We might kill it in its eternity. We're also going to be opening up the phone lines when we're done our MTB unboxing. We're going to take a few calls before we call the show. And Brian, you'll have the toll-free number up there on the bottom of the screen in just a second. Also, it's not too late. If you've got a question or a comment for anything you heard in tonight's show, hit Riz up. Rich is still right there, right on the IMs. Riz, you got something for me?
I got one for you right now.
Okay.
And this question is from Jeff in Florida.
Jeff.
And Jeff in Florida wants to know, he wants to know your opinions on the guys at Basque being kind of upset and butthurt that a few guys
I hate
were
that
able
term,
to come back.
butthurt. God, I hate that term.
Well,
yeah,
I used it.
I
Sue
know,
me.
but anytime anybody has a disagreeing opinion, it's butthurt.
Yeah. Well,
God, I hate that.
Well,
sorry, Jeff and Rich. It's just I'm over it, man.
Do you have a preferred, statement?
Flustered?
We disagree with each other. I don't know. Somebody doesn't like it, they're butthurt.
Yeah. Well, let me say this. I'll say this. So, I think there's a couple of things that stand out here. The one is some anglers definitely, I can see their frustration, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because they stayed, right? They bit the bullet. They said, I believe in bass. I'm not going. And then you have guys that left that are getting an invite back for nothing.
Mm-hmm.
I can see their frustration. But the other side of it is, I also see that Bass made this decision without the anglers. This was their choice. I don't think the anglers had any say in this at all.
I don't know.
Well, the one of the points to note, and Brandon made mention of this, is that this rule was put into place to protect the anglers, and it was put into place 5, 6, 7 years ago.
It's a long-standing rule, right? So that's true. So Bass didn't just invite him back.
Mm-hmm.
This rule was already there. Legend status was already there.
Right.
And in fact, some guys took that in years prior, right?
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
I think Clun
took it. Paul Elias took it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think it's been used several times.
Been
And
used,
let's
yeah.
not forget, last year all kinds of exceptions were made because they needed to
They
put
had
a
to
field
fill-
out
they
there.
had to fill the field.
They had to fill the field. They had to make
fill the field.
exceptions. Listen, I'm not there. It doesn't affect me, so I don't have a say.
Yeah.
Well, they
I'm
could.
just glad to see people find their spot.
To defend the butthurt guys that Brian likes to talk about so much, the Scott Martin should have been given, an exemption by having super talent and accomplishment, but they didn't let Scott, and Scott has to qualify.
That's true.
So
That's true.
they stood by their rule set.
Yes, they did,
and they're having the guys have to go and requalify.
Yeah.
And I expect the guys anybody that tries to come back from MLF without, the legendary status that they're going to have to requalify too. Mike, is winning 2 Opens legendary?
I would say it's pretty legendary. I think they should let you back.
Compete with that pack.
Yes, I'm in.
I think they should let you back.
I'll be waiting for my invitation.
Yeah, I won 2 Opens too. Yeah, I just realized that.
Right.
Congratulations.
You waited so long to win
I
Opens.
know.
You kept winning Classics and Angler of the Years.
Yeah,
You didn't have time
That's
for
right.
the Opens.
I won my 2nd Open this year. Wow, that's cool. I didn't think about that till just now. That's awesome.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
I can't have anything over you.
No, no,
That's how I
you
took-
do.
that's how I took
You
it,
got a ton of
Pete.
shit. Bullshit. You got shit over me.
Mike grandstand it right on top of you.
No, I didn't. Roland
He just
Martin,
grandstanded you too, Brian.
Scott's dad, Roland, could, by the legend status, be invited back.
But not Scott.
Not Scott, but
Roland
could come
was
back.
invited back.
He was invited back and turned it down. I remember that.
Yep.
Yeah. I wonder why he doesn't take it back. Guess he's just tired of it.
Well, no, I think it was a sponsorship thing that prevented him from doing it. Like, he just didn't have it in place. And then I think the next year he was going to take it because he had everything in place and he was going to go do it. It's 70 something. And but I suspect I think they have 2 a year they use.
Yeah.
And I think they were, he wasn't the top priority that year.
An unnamed source tells me the anglers 100% had a say in them coming back.
Oh, wow.
So.
And what do you mean, agreeing that it was okay?
They had a say.
Okay.
I wonder if
that's great.
But I wonder, was
That's
that
great.
say between all the anglers? Was it all 75? Did it have to be a unanimous? Was it a majority?
I don't think they all got contacted.
Oh.
So.
Okay. All right. It's
Interesting.
But
Pete,
again,
real quick, while we're reminiscing on Roland Martin and stuff like that, in the break, I do want you to relay that story because I think it's timely to the show. And this is a neat one. Brian the Carpenter, Riz, listen to this one. This one's neat. So you talk about anglers being dissatisfied, anglers, leaving or taking a stand.
Mm-hmm.
All this stuff with Major League Fishing isn't the first time it's happened, and you got a good story on a historical one. Tell that to us, Pete.
Yeah, I mean, this has been going on since well before me. It happened in the era when I fished. We always were, trying to survive, trying to make this sport that we all love the way that we make a living. But I was fortunate enough to sit down with Ray Scott and talk about some of this type of stuff. I don't even know how the topic came up, but here's a story he told me that the fishermen and the owners have always been in discussions and at conflict and trying to work things out. So this is nothing new. What happened, with the guys leaving to go over to the MLF, and he had mentioned the night before the Bassmasters Classic, the anglers said that they're not going to fish the tournament.
What a great time! What a great now, dude. If anglers were smart today, that's when they would do it.
That's when they would strike.
Great time.
Yeah, but you can't get them all to agree to anything.
Well, that's the problem.
Yeah.
But if you could,
couldn't
and
get
they
them
did
all to,
this time, right?
Well, they did. They sat down. They sat down with Ray.
At a classic, it's only 40.
Right.
And they said, because at the time they did what a lot of tournaments did. Ray enacted, this is the classic, you guys all have to wear our sponsor jersey. You have to wear everybody's wearing the same one. And the anglers were furious. They had their sponsors. They didn't want to do it. And they sat down with Ray, and Ray said this directly to me. He said they could have gotten anything that they wanted at that moment. There was no way he couldn't have the classic. Too many promises were made. Too much was going on. And he goes, they asked me for their sponsorship jerseys, and that's what I gave them.
Wow.
So I don't know. They could have negotiated, 50% share profits.
So
or,
anglers,
who knows?
Pro anglers, if you're listening to the segment right now, and you want to have real say and not supposed say,
we have a couple that are listening.
Yeah, this might be a good look back at history. This might be a good example if you want to take control.
It's an amazing story, but since then, we as pro anglers we've tried to get together, and everybody's so different. Guys are at the elite level of sponsorship. Guys are just rookies. Guys have won multiple tournaments. Guys are trying to win their first tournament.
Yeah.
And
guys from the South hate the Yankees.
You've got, I didn't say that. You got all these guys trying to get together, and it's very, very difficult for them to make a collective decision. We tried it with the PAA. We've tried it so many times, and you got to give credit to the guys that last year that got everybody together and decided to make a move. I mean, that was probably the most monumental collective movement of the group that has ever happened before. So that did take place.
Yeah, and real quick on that note, I did get a message. Ryan the Carpenter is getting some messages from some of the bass pros. I got a message from one of the Major League Fishing professionals. We've been talking about why they left, and in addition to wanting more say and more rights,
his message directly, and I'm not going to say his name, is the reason I left bass for MLF is no entry fees and more money.
More
Simple
money.
as that. So,
Sounds like a money-driven angler.
well, could be. Could be.
Trying to figure it out.
Is that
Ski
more
grease,
money
no,
or
kidding.
mo money?
Mo money.
Mo money.
Mo money. Speaking of money-driven anglers,
Yeah.
this is the best buy in all of fishing besides Bass University's subscription at $99 right now. I'd say this right here is one of the best buys in all of fishing. Of course, Mystery Tackle Box, a presenting sponsor of Ike Live, and we are the only live podcast that does a live unboxing. Real quick, too, let me remind you that right now, if you go to mysterytacklebox.com, you can enjoy 15% off holiday sale on this box, and it makes a great gift. Dude, can you imagine? Can you imagine getting this as a kid, your uncle, your dad?
Here's the thing.
How cool would this be?
Here's the thing. Like, if you're like the wife or girlfriend or son or daughter
Yeah, you don't know what
of an
the hell
angler,
and you don't know what the hell to get.
you can't get them anything. They got the best rod. They got the reel that they want. They got all the gear. It's impossible to get them the gear. But this is something. This is special. This is something that every single angler, no matter how much he has, no matter how invested he is, he wants this. This is new products. This is
very unique
stuff that he might not ever see, and he's going to get this every month. He's going to get. It's a gift you're going to give to him throughout the course of the year.
Yeah, subscription.
It's amazing.
Great subscription.
Holiday gift.
Yeah. All right, let's do this. This is my favorite part. I use a pen, Pete, and I break that seal. I love breaking that seal in that mystery tackle box. And we get to look in here for the first time. You know the deal. I'm going to pick something out. I'm going to pass it to Pete, and then we're going to keep going back. I already see what I want. Gone. I got it. Passing it to you, Pete. And Brian the Carpenter, I know you have one of these baits because I just fished with you. And now I'm going to have one too because I might cop this from this box. I don't know if you want to give me a little close-up while we have it right here. But the bait that I picked is...
Look at that.
Look at that. And this... Dude, I know people are watching and listening right now. They're going to have a hard time believing this is in a mystery tackle box. But Pete, this is actually a bull shad. This is a Mike Buca's, am I saying that right? Triton Mike Buca baby bull shad. And this is awesome because I have bull shads, but none of them are little like this.
I think it's an MTB exclusive.
It is an exclusive. Okay, this is a 375 bull shad in a gizzard shad color. Dude, that's an awesome swim bait. I've caught them on the big one. So I'm copping this. I'm taking this for myself.
That looks like a winter league bait.
It could be a winter league bait. I'm going to have to pull this out right now. Look at it. Pete, what do you got?
Excuse me
Well,
while I whip this out.
I have something I don't want anybody to buy. This is a booyah, lipless bait.
Oh, one knocker or regular? Regular.
It's
Ooh,
regular.
I like that.
It's regular. It's a lipless bait. But here's what I like about it. It has the crawl pattern. And the crawl pattern is one that we used on a wigglewort down there at Lake Jordan to win the Cash and Rods Invitational.
Ooh, yeah.
But I love fishing the crawl.
8.5 pounder.
It's a big one.
That was pretty, 8.3. Pretty close. But it's it's a crawl pattern. I love fishing crawl this time of year, especially when you get around a lot of shad. The crawl pattern can separate itself. The fish can key in on it. So I like that.
Pete, hold it up for the...
That's a good one. There it goes. That's a pretty...
Hang it there for a second.
Pretty vibration bait. Look at that thing.
Little fuzzy.
Come on. Zoom. All right.
All right. It's good.
Enough of that.
I like it. Riz, Brian Carpenter, what do you got back there?
I have it's a jig. It's not specified in the pack of what kind of jig it is, but for me, it would be a swim jig. I don't know if you can see that totally. It's got the pointed head, has a vertical line tie, and it's made by Star Jigs. Alan Stotts. Brian, give me that jig back because it's going home with me in my pocket. And the cool thing about this jig is that, one, it's got a really big open offset hook in there, so you're going to get a good hookup on the fish. But also, the skirt, it's made with living rubber. It's not just traditional. It's not a traditional
Silicone.
skirt. Yeah, silicone that you would see on a swim jig. So this is a cool jig. It looks like it probably would skip really well if you trimmed it up a little bit. So
Riz likes him a swim jig.
Oh yeah.
I love me a swim jig.
Riz be skipping.
Yeah.
Brian the Carpenter, what do you got over there?
I'm taking all the plastics because you guys gave me last pick. We got some Riot Baits, little fuzzy beavers, I think they are. Some little Riot Baits fuzzy beavers. Some big baits, big bite baits. Stick baits. This is super dope right here. Another big bite bait. Little drop shot bait. Look at that thing, dude.
Ooh.
Wow.
Ooh, I like the looks of that.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Wow.
And some Excite Finesse crawls.
Great jig trailer.
Yeah.
Yep.
Ooh, look at that.
Yeah, it's a good jig trailer there.
Yep. And there's a pack of hooks in here.
Good stuff.
Harmony tackle.
Yep. Get it for your angler.
It's a lot of stuff. Dude.
Tell your significant other you want the mystery tackle box.
Get it for your favorite angler.
There was a jig. There was a
That box
Bullshit.
Bullshit. 4 bags of plastics.
That box
You get good stuff in these mystery tackle boxes.
Ronnie.
It's no
They
joke.
will like
I like it. I like it. Miss Becky, can I call you to play on something for a second? So you listened to most of the show tonight. What do you think about all this? What do you think about everything that's gone on? Everything you heard tonight?
Good talk, Beck.
No, I feel like I already said it. I mean, I feel like there are very heightened emotions that have been heightened for almost 12 months now, and they don't seem to be settling down. So I think with what happened with Brandon and Gerald, kind of like it just stirred the pot again. You know?
Right.
But I think as time goes by and things settle in and MLF really figures out like what they're doing and what their tournament trail like settles out to be, what we talked about. I mean, I think the structure of it and everything, like it's shifting up a little bit again this year. I think it's going to take a few years for them to settle, and Bass is going to do what they're doing. But I think that everybody needs to settle in. I think that everyone needs to be kind to one another because different people feel like they need to be different places, and that's fine. Everyone's different. You know what I mean? So let's allow everyone to be who they are, where they feel like they need to be, and I think the fans will feed off of the anglers and the energy of everybody calming down.
Yeah. Well, I think Brian's shirt says it all.
That's right. Rogan Musk.
Love wins.
Rogan Musk.
Love is the answer.
Love is the answer.
Love is the answer, everybody.
20. Love is the answer. Good recap, Beck. And speaking of recaps, we're going to open up the phone lines right now. We've just presented Mule. I mean, we've just presented.
I hope we didn't present Mule. Hey, listen. Pete gets to give his little BU thing every time, so I feel like I need to do a quick Ike Foundation.
Oh yeah, do a little Ike Foundation update.
We have our scholarship dinner at the end of January. You can buy your tickets or your tables now online through the website or through Facebook, and everyone should come because it's a blast.
Yeah.
The scholarship dinner, and every dollar we make there goes to kids, to the scholarship recipients. The ticket windows are already open for the boat event, the Pro-Am.
Yeah, Upper Chesapeake Bay this year.
Upper Chesapeake Bay, June 20th, and I know everyone wants to be there.
Good time
We are
to be
not
there.
running
It's
any
gonna catch 'em.
specials.
Good
It
time.
is a flat price. Prices won't change. So sign up now because we're only taking so many boats. So if we sell out, then you're SOL.
Yeah.
And the kayak division is open as well, and that's going to be in the fall.
All right. So for all that,
right.
for scholarship, Ike Foundation, and Pro-Am, where can they go to sign up or get info for all
The
this?
IkeFoundation.org or to the Facebook page, the Ike Foundation.
Okay, there you have it. All right, we've got a caller on the line. Caller, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
All right, this is Jim for Loaded for Bass from Connecticut. I just want to say, number one, insane Ike live episode.
Yes, thank you, Jim. Yes, thank you.
The whole crew there, you guys kill it every week. But I just want to switch gears a little bit because it's been kind of a deep night. Brian the Carpenter, your boat build, the tiny boats. I am so glad you guys did that because where we fish, kind of like you guys, we have a lot of lakes where there's limitations on horsepower and all that other stuff. So keep doing that, because not everyone can, like, you know, go out and get that $50,000-$60,000, bass rig.
80, 100,000.
Absolutely. Yes.
You know, and the cool thing is, and I think it's, and I don't want to, take over the show here. I have a tendency to talk a lot, but I'm kind of like Mike. I'm always just crazy.
You're from the Northeast. You're born talking. You come out of the womb talking, just like us.
Oh, of course, definitely. You know what I mean? But the thing is, with these small boats, man, you can get into such secluded areas that hold monster bass, which I love, where the big tournament guys can't do.
Yes.
Unless your name's Mike IACONELLI, then you can get into anywhere in your bass cat.
No. I agree. I agree what you're saying. The market, small boats, it's been there, but there's this resurgence of it, Pete, and I love it. Whether it's kayaks, whether it's john boats, canoes, tiny boats, I love it, man. And Brian, you feel it, don't you?
Oh yeah.
You can feel this resurgence of this, and it's amazing, man.
Yeah, and I was on a guy's show just a couple weeks ago from Slay Nation. It's a tournament trail I'm going to fish this year, and it's john boats, kayaks, canoes, catch, weigh, release. So it's all inclusive as long as you can get on the water.
Yeah.
And you can register your bass via their catch, weigh, release system.
Yeah.
So it's
And I love the idea that you got the Torpedo on there. You know what I mean? Your boat build was awesome to follow along on YouTube. I hope you guys do some more of those.
We are.
Oh, yeah. They're coming.
It's cool stuff. And one last thing, and then I'll let you go so other callers can get in. We Dan Kenny, you know what I mean? Because he gave up watching Ike Live to watch the Patriots.
Wow. What a loser.
You know what I mean? And so the thing is, he does, he promotes a lot of shows in the Northeast, man, and it would be crazy if you guys came up or in my booth. I'll get you in for free, and that'll be payback for him not watching Ike Live.
I think we should do it. What do you think?
What show is it?
The New England Fishing Expo in Foxborough, Massachusetts.
We've been to that one, Pete. We've been to that show.
We've been to that. We've been to that a few times.
I know that show. All right, we need to do that.
We know Dan.
Yeah, we need to bust this ball.
We love Dan, but watch the show, man.
Yeah,
Come on.
Show.
Hey,
is Tom Brady? Him and Brian were going at it a little bit on my Facebook today, and I'm like, something is payback. I love Dan. He's a good friend of mine, but I want to sneak you guys in without him knowing it. I get the passes. I'll sneak you in there, park you right in my booth, let them walk by, and we'll freaking go on Facebook Live and have a ball with him, man.
Yeah, just ask him if Tom Brady's not multitasking when he's out there in the field. He can't watch two shows at one time? Come on, Dan.
No, they got hammered today, so, I mean,
Yes.
Hammered. No, that's
all right, so I will let you guys go. Okay. Keep doing what you're doing. I freaking love you.
Thanks for the call, man. Happy holidays. Happy holidays.
You too.
All right, Brian, he did bring something up. That caller brought something up. I want to remind everybody, if you want to see more of the Ike Live boat build, which is incredible, by the way, Pete, went from a piece of shit little 16-footer to one of the best bass boats I've ever seen in all of South Jersey, go to the Ike Live YouTube channels. Go over there and subscribe, and you're going to see a lot of great content over there, including the show, the boat build, and a lot of great fishing trips. That's the Ike Live YouTube channel. So go over and check that out as well. It's pretty cool stuff. I think we've got another caller coming in. And real quick, before we patch this caller through, let me remind everybody, Riz, last chance to like and share the Facebook feed. We're going to be picking a winner here in just a couple minutes. Is that correct?
Yes, it is. We will be picking a winner just in a few minutes after we get through these calls.
Okay.
So like and share. It's still a chance to win. You can win the awesome Ike Live gift bag, and that's full of all kinds of good stuff.
It's loaded. All right, we got another caller. Caller, what's your name? Where are you calling from? Hi, caller. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Try now.
Hi, caller. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, what's going on? This is Lane from Ohio. How's it going?
Hey, Lane. How you doing tonight?
Good. How are you guys?
Good. What's your question?
If you listen to Jeffrey's podcast with Gerald earlier in the week, one of his big points was what it was like to come back and how much he missed walking across the weigh-in stage and everything like that.
Yeah.
What was that like for you, let alone with the win in your open? You know, when you competed and won in the Open this year, did it bring those same feelings back up?
It did. I got to be honest with you. You know, this is like live, and one of the rules here is you got to be honest. And I'll be honest with you. At the Open, it was a really good feeling to be back in front of a crowd. It was a great feeling to have the energy of a weigh-in, the people there. It was amazing to keep 5 fish again, to hold them up for that picture. You know, I mean, there are things that from when I was a kid I grew up with, and I'd be lying if I didn't tell you I'd miss them.
Yeah.
You know, I do miss those things. And you know, I think that's a part of bass fishing culture, especially for my age group. You know, I'm in my late 40s now. I'll be 50 here in a few years. It's a part of who I am. But on the other side, I think there's a lot of exciting things that I do in Major League Fishing that I never did before. You know, things with live, you know, things with every fish counts. You know, the conservation aspect of catching, weighing, and releasing a fish. You know, so I like them both, man. I wish there was a way that, you know, I could compete full time in both leagues, but at this point you can't do that, you know. So, but I miss some of the stuff that Bass has, just like Gerald said. You know?
Did you remember how to call?
Oh, I remember how to call. Absolutely. Oh yeah, definitely.
I would be worried that you wouldn't have, like, oh, I forgot my cull bar.
I kept all that stuff in my one little hatch in the Bass Cat. I kept it all in there, you know. And and caller, just to let you know too, I plan on cherry picking a few opens again this year, so I'm going to stay in the mix of bass tournaments.
Do you think the weigh-ins though are inherent for bass fishermen? Because here's the thing, I'll give you a short background.
Yeah.
I'm 23. I started fishing 2 years ago.
Yep.
I fished all my life. I kind of farm pond deal, and then I started tournament fishing. And I just don't see, from my perspective, where it would be more fun, where I would miss even our club tournament going to weigh-in and not knowing what everybody's got.
Yeah.
You know, do you think no matter, because you said, you know, your age group, your generation, your era, do you think that's inherent even for like a 15-year-old kid fishing Tuesday nighters with his dad?
Yeah, that's a hard question because
it's a tough feeling to beat.
It's a tough feeling to beat. You know, to
having
be able
the bag
to,
and being there. And
I mean, it's very tangible to put those fish in the well. You know, Pete, back me up on this because you do it now. You know, it's something about that's hard to replace. But in the same breath, as technology changes, Brian talked about Slay Nation.
Yes.
About how, you know, that league is catch, photograph, and release. You know, you still get to document your fish. You're thinking about the longevity of the fish. You know,
no alien abductions.
No alien abductions. I mean, you know, some of that stuff you gotta think about as well. So it's a tough predicament to be in because I do like weighing fish.
Yeah,
you know?
well.
So how about it's cool that there's both leagues?
There's both leagues.
Yeah.
There's a fun idea.
There's both leagues.
You can figure out what works for you. I know it's it's like the explanation point. It's closure. It's like it's very emphatic. It's, you know, boom, dropping them on the scale.
Right.
And nobody really knows. There's something to that, but you know, like I said, there's new technology out there,
and that technology is going to continue to advance.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about that.
Yeah.
So it's not done advancing.
Yeah. Great comments. Great comments, caller.
Thank you, man.
Thanks for the call. Appreciate you.
To echo him, you know, one of the guys talking about the Gerald interview over on BTL, he talks about the importance of that for him.
Yeah.
You know,
for Gerald.
Yeah. Missing that component.
Yeah. I can relate to
any.
that. I can relate to it big time. You know, I can relate to it. And Gerald's talk about the launch. You know.
Yeah.
Because in Major League Fishing, you all launch at one time, you know, and you have 30 minutes to get to your spot, right? So there's no like, you know, you just go. Everybody goes at one time, and you can go wherever you want. You could take your time to the spot. There's no urgency.
Yeah.
You know, that feeling of calling your boat number. Boat 23.
Yep.
And the urgency of racing to that spot.
Yep.
And, you know, it's all part of your time.
Sometimes that's like the best part of the day.
there's
If you don't catch them, that just take off. Is
There's
the
an
best
energy
part.
there. There's an energy there. We got another caller. Caller, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey guys, great show. Travis Manson, aka Small Mark.
Travis! What's up, man?
How are you guys doing?
Good. How you doing tonight?
Doing good.
Man, awesome. Can you believe Joe was amazing, wasn't he?
Oh, he's great. We love having him on the show. He's a great insight to the sport for sure.
No, that was great. That was great. I just wanted to share a couple comments. You know, we were talking a lot about social media earlier today and some of the damages it has caused, but you know, it's also done some good. And you know, I'd love to talk about kind of FLW's MLF's decision not to have the FLW Cup next year.
Yeah.
And the anglers that were affected, you know, by that decision.
Yeah.
Me being one of them. You know, during the Costa Championship, we fished hard all year, trying to reach that goal, and they basically, you know, a month prior said it's not going to happen. And just want to kind of get your guys' thoughts on, you know, is this? I mean, obviously I'm upset, but I mean, I think I have every right to be upset about it.
I would say you do. I would say you do. I mean, I'm trying to put myself in your position, and I know how hard, Pete, you do too, how hard it is to qualify for championship events. I mean, you literally kill yourself. You work your ass off to, you know, qualify through events to get to an event that will lead to a championship event, and making it so hard, you know, so to make it and then have that, you know, ripped from you, that sucks. That sucks. And I you know, I don't think it's right. But yeah, go ahead, Brian.
Well, they recently, I know I've been following that story. I've also been following one with the Living the Dream, the guy who won the Living the Dream package.
Living the Dream package.
Kid's name was Preston Craig. He won the Living the Dream package. Initially,
they weren't going to give it to him.
They weren't going to honor their commitment.
Right.
TBF and FLW both split the costs, and I think his prize is like entry fees paid for the upcoming year, right? For the FLW tour, which is now the FLW something.
Right. MLFLW.
Yeah, so it's a little bit different, but you know, still that league. But they just announced that FLW is coming forward and honoring their part.
Right.
Maybe Travis was alluding to that change in heart may be coming from some social media pressure.
Yeah.
Because he had a post, you know, expressing his frustration with having that Living the Dream package taken away from him, and maybe they were, you know, felt that heat and came forward. That could be the case.
Could be the case.
And then you got guys like Travis, and we know some other guys, Matt Pangrak at BTL, who's a buddy of ours, and I believe there was 12 guys total that qualified through the Costa Series to fish in the Cup.
Yeah.
A tournament that pays $10,000 just to show up.
Yeah.
So a guaranteed $10,000 taken away, and then a 1 in 50 shot at 300.
Right.
And that's what these guys are faced with.
Well, Travis, have you contacted anybody at Major League Fishing or FLW to
So,
talk about this?
Yeah, so what happened was about, you know, really a few days after the event, first of all, at the meeting, there was no mention of it, nothing. It was like dead silent. They're not letting us in on anything. And once we realized, you know, we qualified, it took me about 3 or 4 days, and I decided, you know, my style wasn't to go straight to social media and start bashing, you know, FLW and MLF. It was more, I need to sit down and put together a nice letter, which I sent to Jim Wilburn, directly to the man. And I got a response, actually, about an hour later, basically saying, hey, we appreciate, you know, you fishing. I'm going to forward this to the some other individual. So he forwarded that over to Kathy, Dave, Don Rux, and Boyd Duckett. And it took, I didn't hear anything. It took about a week and still nothing, and I was really getting a little discouraged. And Bill Taylor called and said, hey, we'd love to have you fish the tour. Are you interested in joining us for next year, the tour? And I said, well, I need some answers first. And so I explained to him the situation. I sent an email, and he said he would get back to me. And about 2 days after that, Kathy sent an email, I believe, to myself and probably the other 12 qualifiers, just letting us know that, basically, thanks for fishing with us, but there will be, no further compensation or tournament to fish. And I'm just kind of stuck, right there, just trying to figure out. I think it's pretty unfair for an organization that says that they're going to look out for their anglers and then turn around, even before the buyout and everything. Once you've included, hey, what are we going to do about these 12 guys?
Right.
We can't let them hang.
Right.
So that's kind of where we're at. At the Bear, I just want a shot. I don't see what's wrong with letting us fish the FLW, the title championship on the St. Lawrence River.
Yeah.
Let us compete in that event.
Yeah.
So it's frustrating, that's for sure. But
I'm surprised. I'm surprised you would want to fish something on the St. Lawrence River.
Right.
Smallmouth crush, man.
And actually, it's kind of, what really hurts is the fact that, we work, like Mike said, we work so hard, and how hard it is to get there. And to qualify, and you finally do, and you realize, well, if they didn't take the cup away, let's say the cup was still in place, that cup probably was going to be on the St. Lawrence River.
Oh.
So, you know what I mean? So it's a double hit, and I just, it's unfortunate, but I'm hoping, the way with social media, I believe, really helped Preston Craig live in the dream package. I think they hooked them up because of the pressure. I'm hoping that, maybe guys can, through social media or contact FLW, let their frustrations be known. I know we're, I'm probably not.
Do you have, Travis, do you have contact with the 11 other guys? That There's
a few that I'm talking to, yes.
Yeah, because in numbers is strength. You know what I mean? If you guys can, I think, work together, there's strength there. And I'd like to offer my suggestion. I don't have any control of anything, but I think they should let you guys fish the next Red Crest event. In fact, you could take my spot.
I like that idea.
Yeah.
No, absolutely.
All right, that's one. We got 11 more to take care of.
Who else? Who else wants to give up their spot? Edwin? Edwin, are you watching?
Well, that really stinks. I mean, Travis, that was an amazing accomplishment to qualify, and I want for all of you guys to be able to have that chance. It's so hard to get there, and there's a $300,000 purse there that is not available. Man, that's really tough. One of our boys, one of our buddy Soley, qualified for the Living the Dream package in its inaugural year.
Yeah.
And was not given it because they improperly allocated funds, or this is hearsay. This is what I heard.
They found out he was from Jersey.
Yeah.
And they took it away.
They probably had a conversation with him and realized, oh man,
we're not giving it. Yeah, they had a conversation with him, and he's like, dude, I just want to fish this tournament.
My experience with the FLW is they're an amazing group of people. They really take care of their people. They always have. I'm surprised that they're letting this dangle, and I don't know what's going to happen next. But you should probably go on social media and call somebody a sheep. And
well, my next. I guess the next step here is I need to, I just want to put a video out to let everyone know what happened, kind of the situation behind it, and what my plans are, for the future. Because I love fishing the BFLs, I love fishing the Costas, but if they're not going to make it right, I'm going to have to boycott, that BFLW
it hurts.
next year.
It hurts.
The good thing is I can at least fish the the Ike tournament on the Chesapeake.
There you go. We'd love to have you. It's going to be a good one, and it's right time to be catching a lot of big bags out there for sure. So.
Come and get it.
No, great show, guys. And I also want to say I would love to donate a guide trip to the Ike Foundation.
Oh, yeah. That's awesome, Travis. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. So next couple days, you guys get a hold of me. We'll set that up.
That's awesome. We appreciate that, man.
Thanks, Travis.
Sounds good. We'll
Travis
see you,
Manson,
buddy.
everybody.
Thanks, Travis.
Nice. Yeah, that stinks, man. I don't
it's
know.
rough.
I hope they can get together and put a little pressure on social media and get those guys to.
Yeah, what is it? 12. It's 12 guys, 10 grand each. That's 120 grand. That's a lot of cash.
It's a lot of cash, but maybe an invite to
to something,
a tournament, or I don't know. There's got to be something to write that. Riz, what do we got? I know we're getting toward the end here. Brian and Carpenter, I think we're going to close in just a couple minutes here. We got this beautiful Ike Live gift bag that we're wanting to give away.
Yeah, we're gonna give that away.
We had this amazing like and share contest on Facebook.
Amazing.
Great,
Astounding.
loaded with stuff. Becky's yawning over there. We got to give this thing away. What do we want to do? We want to pick a winner? What do we got?
Yeah, we can pick a winner. I'm gonna put it into the randomizer here. Just give me 45 seconds,
Okay.
and we'll be all set. That's
All
how
right.
long the randomizer
Riz
takes.
is going to put it in the randomizer, and yeah, Pete.
I remember that I was so pissed off about qualifying for the Classic because I won the points on the Opens.
Yeah.
And it was like the year before they changed the rule that the Opens points champions would go, or top 3 or 4.
Yeah.
But they changed the rule the year before, so I won it and didn't get to go to the Classic.
That's crazy.
And that's what it must, that's what it feels like
Yeah.
for Travis and these guys. But it's a little worse there because it was published. It's just part of your deal. You get to qualify.
Yeah.
You get that.
Yeah, that's a bad deal.
That helps make your decision on whether you're even going to enter those tournaments.
How much of the percentage of guys fishing the Opens do it just for that dangling carrot that is the Classic?
I in my opinion, it probably, I don't know, 3/4.
Rebecca has left the building.
Beck just dropped the headset and made all kinds of noise.
Yeah.
It was like.
If we're not going to talk about leopard pajamas, I'm cashing in.
We can.
No, you can't leave me.
Y'all took way too long.
All right. That might be.
But I mean, how much of it? I mean, I know with the Opens, the Classic bid is a huge part of why those guys fish.
Well, you're either fishing the Opens to get the Classic bid, or you're fishing it to get the Elite invite. And I would say probably the majority of them are going for the Elite invite.
I got you.
But
still, I mean, that's part of the contract you sign when you sign up to fish those events.
Yeah.
Is this is what you're going to pay, and this is the
Yeah.
promise that if you do your part and you pay all that money and you do really good, this is what's at the end.
Yep.
And then to have that taken away, I know there was a buyout and a business transaction, but it still sucks.
It does suck.
And fishing is a small community, right?
Yes,
I mean,
it
we saw
is.
it tonight.
Yes,
it's a very small community.
Very small.
So things like this, even though this is a big corporate business deal, they shouldn't just get swept under the rug.
Well, I can tell you the folks that
Fletcher can't make a comment like his without getting shit on all over by everybody.
The folks that I worked with and fished with over there at the FLW for I don't know 6, 7, 8 years, I don't know, they were amazing, and they always did everything they possibly could to take care of their guys, myself included, and I've always appreciated them for that. And I'm sure they're trying hard to take care of this situation.
No,
I hope.
Let's see it.
Yep.
Last one, Mike.
All right, last caller. Caller, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, it's Travis G from Wisconsin.
Travis, what's up? How you doing tonight?
Pretty good. Just got a couple quick things for you.
Shoot.
I'll be attending the Bass University in Albert Lea, Minnesota.
Yeah.
Really looking forward to that. I'm going to be driving. I think it's a 3 or 4 hour drive for me, but it's going to be a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to it.
It's awesome. Thank you for attending.
Yeah, and then the other question I guess I had is you guys touched on it a little bit about Brian Thrift coming to MLF.
Yes.
I don't think there's been a ton of talk about it with the Swindle and Palaniuk stuff going on, but I'm really looking forward to Thrift, and I'm just wondering how, you think his style is going to fit in MLF, how do you think he's going to do?
Great question.
Yeah, that's a great question. I can tell you, from my perspective, I think Thrift and Dudley, if you were to say the top 10 current anglers in the world, they'd have to be in that list. Mm-hmm. They'd have to be in the top 10 list.
I got a question for you.
Yeah.
Do you think they'll find Dudley if he doesn't wear underwear?
Probably. They may. Well, if his balls, well, if his balls brush against a fish, it's a fish landing violation.
I mean, even if you see a little silhouette,
silhouette, they might, because it's
all right.
It's obscenity.
Because they like to find people over there.
They do. No, but I honestly think David Dudley and Brian Thrift are going to do really well. But here's the thing: the guys that on paper look like they're going to smash them don't always smash them, right? You know, look at I would look at last year. Look at Kevin Van Dam. Look at Justin Lucas last year. And on paper, those guys are just like they're Dudley and they're hammers too, right? Mm-hmm. And they struggled a little bit. So just because your style, and you look at Thrift and Dudley, and they're both tremendous junk fishermen, and that lends itself to this format. Just because your style fits that doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to set the world on fire.
Yeah.
But if I was a betting man,
they'll figure it out.
I would bet on Thrift and Dudley. I would bet on both.
Well, I was reading on Bass Fan, and Thrift offered a concern that a lot of his big giant stringers and winds came on 7 bites.
Right.
And he's concerned about that change.
Yeah.
But the biggest concern, and this was on both of them, both Dudley and Thrift, is adjusting to the 2 days of practice.
Yeah, and here's the thing about that. Let me expand on that. I saw both those quotes, and they said 2 days of practice, where it's actually like a day and a half of practice.
Oh, no.
No kidding.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, because we're allowed to practice. In Major League Fishing, we have 1 full day, and then the next day we have to be off the water by like 3-4 o'clock or something.
I'm out.
Yeah. So it's a day and a
That's
half.
no practice.
And Thrift is an offshore guy.
He's an offshore guy. So it's a day and a half of practice on giant lakes.
But Thrift also didn't have an option.
He didn't have an option.
He didn't have an option.
No.
He was either stay at the second tier league,
yeah,
which
be
is
degraded, or come
right,
over here,
or do what Scott Martin did,
right,
or take the offer.
That was the other choice. Yeah.
So he didn't have a lot.
But it's going to be tough. A day and a half of practice.
I wish them both luck. I like
do
those
too.
guys. Yep.
I do too. I think Thrift's going to do good. To answer your question, I think he's going to catch him.
All right, I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, well, we appreciate the call.
Looking forward to seeing you in March.
Yeah, Travis, make sure you hit up Pete. He's good for taking you out to dinner.
All right, I'll do that.
Yes.
I'll hold him to it.
Hold him to it. Just got a free dinner out of it. I like that. That's awesome. Good job, Brian.
Thanks, Travis.
That was nice. All right, Riz, what do we got for our winner of our Facebook like and share?
Our winner of our Facebook like and share is Jeff Whitlock. Jeff Whitlock, congratulations. I have sent you a friend request. Friend request.
A friend request.
Please accept that. And I hope we're still live because the chat board just went down. But Jeff Whitlock, you are the winner of the Ike Live
Whitlock
like and share gift bag. Please follow up with me with your address.
Yeah, Jeff Whitlock, follow up. Brian DeCarpenter, before we end this show, I want to say a couple things, and then I do have the Fisherman's Fishing Planet
we ain't
outro.
done yet, guys.
Yeah, outro that I want to say. What a great show, Pete. I want to say this was a good one.
Yeah, I
this
think
was
so.
one of the ones
Interesting.
that we went really deep. You know, not that any of our shows are bad, but some of them are just kind of, blah, blah, blah.
Well, there's a lot going on right now.
This one went really deep.
Yeah.
I liked it, man.
Yeah.
I liked it. It felt right.
I like talking about this stuff
Yeah,
too.
I like it. It felt right. I want to thank our guest tonight, Fletcher Shryock, Joe Balog, and of course all the callers that called in tonight, including Travis Manson. Thank you.
Smallmouth Crush.
Yeah, Smallmouth Crush. Thank you for the calls. I want to thank Riz, Brian the Carpenter, Pete. Thank you guys, and Becky. She left already, but thank you for tuning in to this. And thank you to all the sponsors that support the show, including Brian the Carpenter, one of our newest sponsors. And this is a cool game. This is the Fisherman Fishing Planet. And listen to me. What a great time to get this game.
Yes.
Dude, the lakes are freezing.
Yes.
It's cold. And not only is this fun, but when we did an interview with Dimitri from this game, the head designer from this game, he said it's a way to keep in practice because it keeps you thinking because these are real life scenarios on the water, right? So it's interesting. I didn't think about that, but it'll make for a great holiday gift. It's available for all sorts of gaming stations, including let me get this right. Xbox, the PS4, and of course all your PCs. Lots of ways to get Fisherman's Fishing Planet. You can get it on Amazon. You can get it on Steam, which is steampower.com. And also, you can get it directly from the Fisherman's Fishing Planet at the fisherman-fishingplanet.com. It's a great video game. Check it out. And Brian the Carpenter, we're going to go out tonight to a segment that we pre-recorded.
Yes.
With Dimitri.
Yes.
Talking about this great video.
Yes, we talked to him the other day. I believe on Friday, and he was in the Kiev, in the Ukraine.
In the Ukraine. Yes. It was awesome. So, want to thank everybody for watching tonight. I hope you have a great night. Don't forget, if you want to catch up on old Ike Live episodes, of course, go to IkeLive.com, iTunes, Stitcher. If you're over at iTunes, please leave us a positive comment.
And next Sunday is Bash University Live.
Bash University Live. I want to say it's
our
the 15th.
Christmas edition.
Right.
15th. Is that correct?
Yep.
Clack, clack.
Yep. Wiggle warts for everyone.
December 15th. Wiggle warts for everybody. Tune in to Bash U Live. It's going to be a good one. I hope you had a great night. Thank you for tuning in. And keep watching this last segment to learn more about the Fisherman's Fishing Planet. Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
Hey, everybody. Welcome to Ike Live. I hope you're having a wonderful evening. I know we are. My beautiful co-host for this segment is the one and only Miss Rebecca, a.k.a. Becky, a.k.a. Pigpen. I had to say that.
That is so not anything that can be said ever again. I don't want to be called Pigpen.
I was just messing around with you.
Oh God,
it's
now
not real.
everyone heard you say
All right,
it.
Beck, how you doing? How you doing tonight?
I was doing great.
Okay. By the way, who are you wearing right now?
Every athletic company, I think, is jammed into this outfit for warmth.
Okay.
A lot of layers. And
a lot of layers.
I'm not shouting anybody out. They don't give me this stuff for free.
All right. Well, I just thought you want to tell everybody who you're wearing. This is a great segment because we've got a very special guest joining us from halfway across the world. The beauty of technology and the internet and Skype and all these weird things I don't even know. We've got a guest on. We're going to be talking about a really cool product that's timely because listen, Beck, it's cold. You can't really go fishing right now. We got the holidays coming, including Christmas. It's a great time to talk about this product. Before we get into it, also, let me let you know that producing the show today, we've got the one and only Brian the Carpenter, a.k.a. Ding Dong.
All right.
And we've got Zach the intern with us today. Zach, thanks for coming today. Thanks for hanging out with us. Let me get right to it. You've heard about us. You've heard us talking about this on the show before.
Yes.
You've probably seen some of the commercials. You've probably seen some of the content that we've created.
Possibly our best commercial.
Our best commercial ever. I'd put it right up there with number one. But you've seen the whole crew and cast here of Ike Live playing this really amazing new game called the Fisherman Fishing Planet. And man, we've had a blast over here playing the game, and we've got the man behind it all right now joining us via Skype. And before the show started, I asked him. I said, "What is your official title?"
Yeah.
And Becky, he a lot like you with Pro Edge, he does everything.
Everything.
So I'm going to go ahead and call him the designer, mission control, head producer, head honcho of this whole thing.
Yeah.
And we've got Dimitri joining us. Dimitri! How you doing?
Hi, guys.
How are you?
Great. Thank you.
Now, how did I do with your title? Because you do everything. Did I do okay?
Yeah, mostly I'm producer, but sometimes I'm a graphic programmer, sometimes I'm DB programmer, client programmer, and artist, and a lot of etc. etc. So lead artist, but it's sometimes. So mostly I'm a producer of the game.
I like it, a producer. Okay. Now, before we get into the game, we already talked about this before we went live here, but where are you at right now? Where are you Skyping from?
Yeah, I'm Skyping from Kiev, Ukraine. Most of our team, part of our team was in Kiev, part in New York. So now I'm in Kiev, Ukraine, and it's quite dark here because it's already late, and it's quite cold.
Yeah, it's cold. Well, it is getting cold here as well.
We have our fireplace on.
I know, we do have a fireplace on. Let me start by telling you, this is the game is something that we need it, and I want to explain that to you. In today's age, where we're losing a lot of people in the sport of fishing, right? They're getting into other stuff, and I'm talking about kids, teens, adults even, are losing their connection with the outdoors, with hunting, with camping, and especially with fishing. The biggest thing I love about the Fisherman Fishing Planet, the thing I love about this game, I just want to start off by telling you is this is helping getting new people involved in the sport. Yeah. I can't tell you, just in the short time that we've played with the game and promoted it, the messages we've seen come through that have said, hey, my kid, my kid's a video game kid, and he's never fished, but after playing the game, he wants to go fishing. I've heard it from teenagers, I've heard it from adults. That's pretty awesome. Did you guys consider that when you were coming up with this game? Did you consider the fact that you're impacting so many people and not only getting them to play the game, but getting them to want to go fishing after they play the game? That's pretty awesome.
Yeah, it was an idea before we started to develop the game. So it was an idea how to teach people how to fish. So it's not about the arcade game for fishing like, just cast fish, cast fish, cast fish. So no, it's a bit more complicated game which trying to give you an idea. The fishing is not so simple, but it's very interesting stuff. So we're trying to teach people how to fish, and not only how to fish, but how to have fun from fishing.
Yeah.
It's not so easily nowadays. So, and the idea is to let people want to fish in real life as they use the knowledge which they get from the game in the real life fishing. So it's not so simple, but it's not so hard to create a decent fishing simulator. But it's a very long process. It's not so basically, it's not so complicated, but it's so many details, about fishing. So, and you need to be very precise and very exact placed with details about fishing. So, and we started to, first of all, then the release beta, first was we hear, okay, I'm trying to fish the pike in real life, and I never got a trophy pike. So I got in your game, I'm trying to check, and I see some clues, and I'm going to real life fishing and got a trophy pike finally. So it was the biggest compliment to us as a team who created the Fisherman game. So it's working both sides. So if you're a fisherman in the real life, you can use all your knowledge and all your habits in the game, and vice versa. So you can grab some ideas from the game. It's starting to teach you how to fish, and you can go to real life fishing and start to fish the fish. Start fishing and start to catch real fish based on your knowledge you got in the game. So it's like a Gran Turismo type simulator. You can go to Gran Turismo, starting to realize how to drive the cars, and go to real world and trying to apply your knowledge here. So it's basically the same stuff.
Yeah, and that's interesting. That's a great point. I didn't really necessarily think of that aspect, but for people that already fish, anglers that are already engaged in it, and especially now, right? Because Dimitri, it's getting cold here. In a couple weeks, everything's going to be frozen. People are going to be hung up in their house, in their office. It is a great way to keep practicing. I never thought about that, right?
Yeah. I also like the fact that there's like all the international locations. There's places where like the average person might not get to go fishing or might dream of fishing.
Right.
They get to live that out.
Get to experience it through the game.
It's cool.
That is cool. Now, speaking of locations, Dimitri, I got to tell you, the reality of the game, I really did appreciate that. As a fisherman myself, I appreciated the scenarios that you guys have created, and the little stuff. And Brian, the producer, and I were talking about this before you came on. It's like, the bait fish that you see, the boils that you see.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
The birds in the back, the cypress trees, the grass. Talk a little bit about that. What was the process? How did you guys develop all that? Because that blows me away. I can't even wrap my hands around that. But it's real. These are real life scenarios. How did you do that?
We're trying to do a decent game, but we realize we need to do a lot of photorealistic graphics and photorealistic behavior, all of this such nature. So it's quite hard because we're starting to do things which called photogrammetry. It's about 3D scanning of real life trees, grass, wooden logs, some stones, like sand shore and wooden shore or sandbox. So all this stuff we're trying to scan and after it put in the game. But it's not only about this stuff. So we put a lot of works about the weather, about the sky, about lighting, and a lot of work about fish behavior. So you actually realize the water surface is not dead. It's always something on the surface. So it gives you a clue where the fish is, or where the school of fish is, or small fish, bigger fish, predators, or just school fish. So it gives you some clues, but it's not just direct clues, just catch here. But it's more clue about the area or the zone that you're interested to catch something. Yeah. So all this stuff was created in years. So we developed this game about 5.5 years, and it's a really long period to create all this stuff in detail. So we just like doing a lot of precisement to create all these small details, which give you like you need to be immersed, and it's give you immersion inside the game. So without all these details, you don't believe all this stuff is a real fish. So we're trying to put as much detail as possible to give you an immersion style, to give you an immersion in fishing. So and you're feeling it. That's it.
Yeah, that's awesome. Well, I think you guys did a great job at that. And the other thing we touched on is the species, right? The diversity of species, which is really cool. A lot of people here, a lot of our fans and viewers of the show, they have this big thing called a bucket list, and it's the bucket list is this check off of different species, right? So they might only have bass where they fish, but they want to catch pike. They want to catch zander. They want to catch perch. They want to catch all these different species. Talk a little bit about that. How did you guys come up with some of the scenarios and the species selection? Because I thought that was a cool.
And how many species can you catch?
How many? That's a great question, Beck. How many species can you catch in this game?
You can catch about 143 fish species.
Well,
I'm regretting asking this question now because I'm never getting you guys off the game ever again.
143? Well, Dimitri, let me tell you, 143. Brian the Carpenter needs to catch 142 to beat what he's got right now because he's only caught one bluegill in his entire life. So
this is not true.
You're
That's all right. He can talk all the trash he wants. I'm going to outfish him later on today out on Elmer Lake. Game on, Mike.
No, so 143 species. That's incredible.
And how many lakes or waterways can you fish on?
We have 19. We have a special lake, which is a river in France, River Creuse, exclusive for the fishermen, and for fish species exclusive for fishermen. So, and a lot of this, a lot of different stuff like tackles and all this stuff. So, all these things works like in reality. So the fish if you know how to fish, catch the fish in reality, it's all the same in the game. But it's a lot of time with trying to do a attack angle of the fish, trying behavior of the bite pattern if you're using a float. So we have different fish have different bite patterns. You see the float behavior. It's a bit different for every fish you're catching. And all this stuff are physically simulated, and we try to be as precise as we can, but it's required a lot of time, so we need more time actually, and we will do like maybe next version of the game we will do even more simulated and even more realistic than now. But now it's quite good. It's very good.
Yeah. That's awesome. That's awesome. And there are for people watching and listening right now that are saltwater guys. There is a little saltwater fishing in this game too, right? A little brackish water, little saltwater fishing, some cool species in the salt as well, right?
Yeah, we have a part of Everglades.
Yep.
Yeah.
Which has salt water. So, and we have like street bass and some saltwater species which are bigger and they are good fighters. So yeah, a bit. But we are thinking about maybe we'll do some saltwater fishing from the yachts or from big boats in the ocean. But it's in plan, so it's in future.
Very, 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 very cool. All right, now, Dimitri, there's people watching right now. They're watching this. They're listening to this. They're saying, oh, my God, this is what I need for my son, my daughter, my nephew. I got to get this game for them. What are the age ranges for this game? If somebody's watching right now and they're looking at purchasing this for their loved one, what are the age ranges for this game?
The age ranges from 3 years old, so actually we have a PEGI-free rating, so it's not so bad, but I don't think really the 3 years old can handle this game. So I think from a teenager, like 11, 12 years, or even a bit, but it's probably will not be interested for less ages in terms of real career gameplay. But just to go to a simple lake and catch some fish, from 5 years old or even for 7 years old, it's already good. So a lot of our players told us they let their son to play with them, so they trying to teach them, and it's very simple. Actually, it's not so bad. So even on computer, you can use a controller, so it's quite simple to handle it. So no problem.
Yeah. Nice. Now speaking of computer, I know there's a lot of different ways that you can play this game, right? You've got Xbox, you've got PS4, you've got a PC version. People are watching and listening right now. What's the best way for them to get this game? How can they go about getting this game?
It's about the habits. So if you're a console player, you probably use a PS4 or Xbox One X. Xbox One X will give you actual 4K resolution, and it's give you a vivid graphics. But you can also use PC with a Steam. It's a decent graphics and decent game. So probably the best graphics will be on PC, of course, because the PC have a lot of power of GPU, but it's costly. So costly PC or console, it's up to you.
Gotcha. Now, here's the thing I want to know. I'm holding one right now, Dimitri. I'm holding the physical game. This is the one for the PS4. I'm holding it in my hand right now, and I just want to know who was the male model that you used for this guy on the video, because it sure looks a lot like Ed Bassmaster. Pretty sure that's Ed. Is that Ed Bassmaster?
No.
Okay.
No, it's just an art. So this is game art, and this was created by our artists in 3D, and after it was created in 2D. So
wow,
it's had no real prototype.
Okay, on the next version, is there any way to put my face on this package? Is there any way to put my face on this? And I'll shave if you would like me to shave. I can do that too.
I don't think the shave is good stuff. So, yeah, we can discuss it. No problem.
Okay.
No problem.
There you have it. Brian the Carpenter. I've always wanted to be on a video game, Brian the Carpenter.
Here it goes. I got a question.
So I was playing the other night, and there was another angler walking the bank with me. She was probably 5'7", blonde, built really well. I was wondering who the motivation was for her.
Ooh.
Prototype?
Prototype. Wow.
You made Brian really happy.
Yes, she was fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you for putting her in the game.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, but we know in our game only 5% of the players are females. So
wow.
And are there more coming?
We need to work on that.
Yeah,
We do need to work on that.
I mean, using female character is not an actual female. So.
Brian doesn't believe you.
I don't believe you.
That's awesome. Well, I tell you, I'm excited. Like I said, this is an exciting thing. The sport of fishing needed this, and honestly, thank you from my perspective. Thank you for creating this game, because for a lot of years, I felt like sport fishing, predator fishing, was left out. Right? You see all these really cool games, simulated games popping up in other sports. Baseball, football, hockey, tennis, golf. And I'm like, for crying out loud, will somebody create a damn fishing game that's cool? And you did that. So I want to thank you for creating a cool game.
Yeah,
very
awesome.
cool game. Very good game.
Thank you, guys. You're always welcome. So your motivation and your excitement is our goal to give us the force to do more and more and more. So it's very hard to create a decent simulation because it's a very long job, actually. You can see the light only in the end. So we're trying to do it in 5 years, and only now you see it's great. It's now in the form of the disc. So it's 5 years work, which finally gives us a discs, and only now we can show you guys what we are doing. So it's quite hard, and your excitement gives us a lot of stuff. So it's give us a lot. Thank you.
That's awesome. Well, we look forward to working with you in the future and continuing to see the improvements of the game. And thanks for coming on the show. And stay warm. And I think we're going to we'll let you go, because I think it's what time is it there? Like 10, 11 o'clock at night or something? So we'll let you go. We know we're keeping you late. But Dimitri, thank you so much for coming on Ike Live, and continued success with the Fisherman Fishing Planet. Wish you the best.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you. Probably you will see a lot of new stuff for fishermen. So thank you for your show, and thank you for your excitement. Bye-bye.
You got it.
Thank you.
Dimitri, everybody. Wow. That's awesome. The Fisherman Fishing Planet, Brian the Carpenter, available for